Live, please. Thank you very much. So, good morning to members, officers, and any members of the public who are viewing the live stream. Welcome to this meeting of South Cambridgeshire District Council Planning Committee on Wednesday, the 8th of April, 2026. My name is Councillor Anna Bradnam, and I'm the chair of this committee. I'd like to introduce Councillor Fane, the Vice Chair.
Good morning all. Peter Fane, one of the members for Shelford.
Thank you. And I'd like to ask the members to introduce themselves. So starting on the back row with Councillor Dr. Timmy Hawkins.
Good morning everyone. Timmy Hawkins, member for Caldycourt Ward.
Thank you. Councillor Sanford.
Good morning, Chair, everyone. Councillor Peter Sanford, one of the members for Caxton and Papworth Ward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Garvey.
Good morning. I'm a councillor for Girton, Droitwich and Reading.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
One moment. I'd like to turn your microphone off, Councillor Garvey. Thank you. Councillor Dr. Lisa Redrup.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lisa Redrup. I'm one of the members for the Harston and Compton Ward.
Thank you. And Councillor Rickson.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Councillor James Rickson, member for Histon and Impington wards, just checking on one of them.
Yes, thank you. And welcome, Councillor Dr.
Good morning, Chair. Richard Williams, I'm the member for Whittlesford, Triplo, Heathfield and Newton.
Thank you very much. And we have officers here. I'm just going to go down the table in this order. We have our case officer, Karen Pelcoggins.
So Karen Pelcoggins, Senior Planning Officer at Greater Cambridge Planning.
Thank you. And Jane Rodens.
Jane Rodens, Area Team Leader.
Thank you. Vanessa.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Vanessa Blaine, Legal Advisor for the committee.
And Sarah Steed.
Good morning, Sarah Steed, Democratic Services Officer.
And Natalie at the end, who's producing the meeting but can't speak because she hasn't got a microphone. So thank you everybody for attending and being here. Those in the chamber are reminded that the meeting is being live streamed and by your presence here in the chamber and via video. Hang on. Can you hear me now? Yes, good. By your presence here in the chamber and via video conference, you're deemed to have consented to being filmed and to the use of images and sound recordings for a webcast and archived recording. Excuse me. May I ask those who are joining us remotely to ensure that their camera and microphone remain off unless they're addressing the committee. If a member arrives after the start of an application or leaves the chamber once an application has commenced, they will not be able to take any further part in that application, either by entering into the debate, questions of clarification, or the vote. Can I just remind everybody here in the chamber that on Wednesday mornings we have a fire alarm test, so at around 10:30 the siren will go off. It will stop again, we hope, after a short period, but the lights carry on flashing and that's normal. Okay, so we'll just stay here unless it carries on. Right, item 2 is apologies. We've received apologies from Councillor Martin Khan and Councillor Eileen Wilson, and Councillor Corinne Garvey is attending as a substitute. Are there any other apologies, Sarah?
Chair, I believe we've had apologies from Councillor Heather Williams.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Right, so number 3, before I go any further, I want to just mark the fact that this is the end of the civic year and we've had a year of planning committees, and I just wanted to do some thank yous because we've had an excellent year. Our planning team has won national awards. We're the best planning development authority, thank you to me, in the country. And also our youth engagement scheme is the best youth engagement scheme in the country. And I have seen their work in action, particularly around the Cambridge Science Park. So I want to thank our planning officers, our development managers, our case officers who have given us excellent and thoughtful reports through the year, our democratic services officers who have enabled us to have such good agenda papers and on time. I want to thank Vanessa Blaine for her legal advice through the year, and our producers who've enabled the public to be engaged in our meetings, which is so important. I particularly also want to thank my Vice Chair, Peter Fane. This is his last meeting, and I wanted to thank him for his support throughout the year and his knowledge of planning, which has been invaluable, and I appreciate it very much. Okay, so thank you, everyone. Moving on, item 3, we have declarations of interest. Please would councillors advise if they have any declarations of interest and also identify which applications their declaration relates to. So I've got Dr. Toomey Hawkins, then Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. Item number 9, the pre-application developer briefing. I'm an associate consultant with the CCP, and JMIC is one of their clients, so I will not be sitting in on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hawkins. And Councillor Peter Sanford.
Also for item 9, I'm the local member. I've had conversations with the parish regarding this, but no pecuniary interest, and I've not come to a conclusion on the application yet.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Right, I can't see any others. Thank you for those. So item 4, we have 2 sets of minutes for the 11th of February and the 11th of March. And they have been submitted to this meeting for approval. They're on pages 3 to 26 in the agenda pack. So if there are any matters of accuracy of those minutes, would members indicate? No? Okay, lovely. So can I take your... Oh, sorry, Councillor Dr. Hawkins.
Thanks, Chair. I wasn't here for the last meeting in March, so
Okay.
abstention from that.
So abstain from March. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, Councillor Rickson.
Similar, I wasn't here for the meeting last March.
And indeed, I wasn't here for the meeting in February. So can we just take, if we do this by affirmation, we accept that those are absented from it. So can I firstly take an indication that the minutes on the 11th of February are accurate? Can I just have a show of hands? Agreed, thank you. And then, I don't know whether you managed to capture the abstentions. Yeah, thank you. And then the 11th of March. Sorry, did I say 11th of March? Okay, lovely. Thank you very much. That's super. So we'll, I'll sign. Have I got a copy to sign? Yes, I have. I'll do that after the meeting, if that's okay. Right, so we move on now to consider the planning applications. And I'll clarify the process that we follow for the consideration of each application. So firstly, the case officer gives us a brief introduction to the report. The committee may then ask questions of clarification of the case officer. Then the registered public speakers will be invited to speak. If they raise any matters of query in the minds of the members, they may then ask their questions of the case officer. The committee will then debate the item, and public speakers are not permitted to take part in that debate. And at the end of the debate and conclusion of any questions, providing there's no alternative proposal, the officer recommendation will be read out, and I will request a proposer and seconder for the recommendation, and I'll ask members to vote on that recommendation. And if a recommendation falls, an alternative proposal must be made, which will also require a seconder and must then be voted on, and the voting will all be recorded. Okay, if we get lost in that anywhere, I'll come back to that and we can remind ourselves, but it's the standard process. So, item 5 is 25044 93/FUL, New Shardlows Farm on Balsham Road in Fulbourn. And Karen Pell-Coggins, the senior planner, will present the report. Thank you very much, Karen.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a full planning application for a new Cambridge airbase for the East Anglian Air Ambulance, which includes a hangar, garage facilities for the critical care vehicles, crew facilities, offices, training facilities, a FATO area, which FATO stands for Final Approach and Takeoff Area, sleeping accommodation and other associated infrastructure, including landscaping, parking and drainage. Bear with me. Okay. So just in terms of a small verbal update, one additional letter of representation has been received from a local resident in objection. Matters raised are mainly covered in the main report. Members have had a copy of that letter circulated to them. The recommendation of the application is amended to approve subject to conditions and a planning agreement. And there will be an additional condition in relation to broadband infrastructure on the site. So, as said previously, this is a full application for a new Cambridge airbase for the East Anglian Air Ambulance. The base is currently at Cambridge Airport, which is planned to close, and the EAAA, which is the East Anglian Air Ambulance, need to relocate by 2027 to continue to provide the advanced critical care service for the area 24 hours per day, 7 days per week, 365 days per year. The site would also provide other facilities such as community CPR and defibrillator training, aftercare support for previous patients that may have been rescued by the East Anglian Air Ambulance, critical engineering and pioneering research. A site search has been carried out and approximately 80 sites assessed, which include airfield and non-airfield sites. The majority of the sites did not meet the criteria, which would result in operational efficiency, access to roads, etc. for the air ambulance. One site was initially chosen in Milton. A pre-application was submitted, but unfortunately further investigation resulted in that the FATO area, which is the final approach and takeoff area, not being able to meet the requirements. Therefore, the search continued and this site was chosen. So 2 helicopters would be based at the site and 2 critical care vehicles. Helicopter flights would typically be 2 in the day and 1 at night, but obviously as an emergency service, it's difficult to know exactly when those flights will be. So 5 crew would be based on the site between 7 in the morning and 7 at night, and then again from 7 at night to 7 o'clock in the morning. So there'll be 12 ground-based staff on the site between normal working hours and potentially 10 visitors, stroke guests, stroke patients. 2 training events would be held per week with 20 additional staff coming in from areas such as Norwich, who work at the East Anglian Air Base at Norwich, and there'll potentially be 2 biannual open days on the site. So just in terms of the location of the site, we are located to the southwest of the village of Fulbourn, which is, if you have a look at my presentation, just up here. This is the site just here with the red cross. To the southwest, you have the southeast, sorry, you have the A11 road. So just in terms of the constraints of the site is within the Cambridge Greenbelt. It's outside any development framework and also in the countryside. There are existing buildings on the site, which are agricultural buildings, commercial buildings, and residential buildings. There is a site of special scientific interest, scheduled ancient monument and public right-of-way to the northwest. That's approximately 435 metres away, which is Fleam Dyke. You also have the Mutlow Hill Scheduled Ancient Monument over here to the northwest. You've got a county wildlife site at Fleam Dyke Pumping Station to the north. And so the site is within flood zone 1, which is low risk, but there is a small area of surface water flood risk at the far southern corner of the site. So as stated previously, on the site at the moment there are a number of different buildings. So this is the existing site plan. So the R stands for residential building, which is this property here, which is a 2-storey residential dwelling at the moment. So to the rear of that building there is a 2-storey farm office with a flat above. You've got AL, it's agricultural land, so agricultural land to the north and wraps around over here. A is agricultural buildings, so you can see these 3 buildings here and this building at the front here. And just to note, this building at the front has previously had prior approval for conversion to a single dwelling. And C is commercial building, which is this building here. So the main access from the site is here, which will not change as part of the proposal. So just in terms of existing landscaping on site, I thought it would be quite helpful to show. So there are existing tree belts on the site here, which do have to be removed as a result of the aircraft use of the site. These existing trees, etc., along the frontage of the site will be retained, and new additional landscaping will be introduced, which will be shown on the landscape plan I'll bring out later. So this is an aerial map which just shows the existing extent of the site. So part of the site is defined as previously developed land at the moment, but that is restricted to the residential and commercial buildings. The remainder of the site is under agricultural use, so it's not previously developed land. But just in terms of surrounding the site, you have agricultural land to the northwest, southwest. You have a residential property, the farmhouse, which is to the southeast, and you have commercial buildings to the east, just here. So just some photographs of the site, which I'll go through. So this is just from the access from Balsham Road. So this is the residential, 2-storey residential property. This is, you can just see behind, is the farm office and the flat. You've got the building here, which is an agricultural building with the commercial property here. So just to go a bit further into the site, so the photograph on the left, so this is the agricultural building, commercial building, and then this is the first agricultural building, which this is the end of, and these are 2 further agricultural buildings. So to the western side of the buildings, there is a car parking area. So this is the farm office and flat. So you can see the existing landscaping on the site. And then there's a yard area for the agricultural use. And to the right-hand side, this is a photograph showing the existing eastern boundary. So this is looking at the back of the commercial building, the agricultural building, and this is the farmhouse, which is residential property. So just in terms of public views, so there are views from Balsham Road, which through the access point. There is a road to the western side of the site, which leads to the Fleam Dyke pumping station. There are views across the fields from that road. So just in terms of the site, it is quite difficult to see on this photograph. But this building here is one of the commercial buildings on the adjacent site. So our buildings are, you can just see the picture of one of the agricultural buildings there. Obviously, the trees will be removed, so there will be views across the land of the new development. So again, this is some photographs. Again, it's quite difficult to see from Fleam Dyke public footpath. What you actually see is a cluster of buildings with some landscaping. The land does rise slightly and then falls back down, but Fleam Dyke public footpath is on a raised bank. So just in terms of the actual development on the site, there would be two primary buildings. So you would have the main building, which is just here, which will have the hangar, the crew offices, the training element, etc. I'll show you a floor plan in a moment. You would have another primary building here, which is the accommodation block, which is single story. So the main building is part 2-story, part single story. You will have a car park to the front here for staff, and an overflow car park slightly further forward towards Balsham Road. So this is the sort of helipad for the helicopters, and this is the final approach and takeoff area. So you do have, this is the garage for the critical care cars, just here, and then you have a small visitors car park which has accessible parking, etc. There's 7 spaces in there, and then 46 spaces in the main car park. So to show you the layout of the site, so this is the proposed ground floor. So this is Balsham Road to the left-hand side. So the building setback 75 metres from Balsham Road. So in rough approximate dimensions, so from the front of the building to the rear of the building is approximately 74 metres. The actual span across the site is 40 metres, but the width of the building is about 18.5 metres. The height of the building at the maximum height would be approximately 9 metres, which is lower than the existing agricultural buildings on the site. So just in terms of the layout, you've got the main hangar here for the helicopters. You've got an engineer's office and store, I think it is. The critical care garage here, sort of crew office, amenity space and rest pods in this area here. And this is the training hub element to this side. You've also got a medical store and obviously WC facilities, etc. in there. So on the first floor, so this is the element of the first floor accommodation. You'd have general offices, meeting and boardroom, sort of breakout area. There is a roof terrace just over here. And you've got a gym. This is just solar panels on the roof of the building. So these are the main elevations of the building. So the top elevation is the view from the access westwards towards the building. So as you can see, this is, again, Balsham Road is to the left-hand side, to the front of the site. So it's single story and then rises up to 2-story for the office element and obviously the hangar for the helicopters. The middle elevation is the view which you would see across the fields from the road to the west-hand side. So from the road which leads to Fleam Dyke pumping station. So just obviously this is the area where the hangar where the helicopters would be stored, the offices, etc. and the sort of training hub element. The bottom elevation is the view from the front of the site from Balsham Road, which you will see. And just going on to the more elevations. So it is, the floor plan is a cranked sort of linear form. So it's quite difficult because you do have certain angles that you will see of the building. But this is the middle elevation, is the rear elevation facing towards Fleam Dyke public right-of-way. just in terms of the height, this is the maximum height, which is approximately 9 metres. This element here is approximately, I think it's 4.9 metres. This is the accommodation block, which is at the front of the site, so single-storey building, 3 metres in height. Just in terms of the materials of the buildings, so the materials will be grey bricks, such as, for example, on this elevation, and composite cladding, which will be a range of colours from grey, silver and red. Just some examples of visuals showing the aspect from the site. So this is from the sort of south-eastern side. So you have the main building here. There is some additional landscaping in the car park and the front of the site, which isn't shown on here. You have the accommodation block to the front here. And then you do have some drainage basins. There's one in here and one just here. This is the final approach and takeoff area, which will be surrounded by a security fence. And again, this is just a visual as you come into the site from Bolton Road along the access. And a visual from what the views you'd probably see from the road to the west and Fleamdyke public footpath. So this is the landscape plan. So as said before, there is additional landscaping, sorry it's quite small, but additional landscaping down here introduced. Additional landscaping to the rear. So this rear area is the landscape and wellbeing area, and that will include a memorial garden. Again, planting down here around the suds basins. So just in terms of phasing, due to the delivery of funding, this is a potential indicative phasing plan, but a detailed condition will agree the phasing of the site. So just for example, phase 1 will be, there's an existing electricity pole on the site, which will need to be removed to accommodate the development. So the first phase is a new substation down here for UK Power Networks. So the second phase will be demolition, obviously, and enabling works, etc. Second phase will be demolition of all the buildings to enable the development. Third phase will be the main essential elements of the scheme. So that is the main hangar, the final approach and takeoff area, the highways access, etc., infrastructure and drainage. Phase 4 will be the accommodation block, and phase 5 will be the remaining buildings on the site, which is green just here. And then phase 6, the landscape and wellbeing zone. So the site is in the green belt. Just in terms of the green belt assessment 2021, the area falls within what's designated as outer area 4, which forms a parcel of land between Fulbourn Village and the A11. Quite a large parcel of land, quite distinctly rural in character. In terms of the actual purposes of the green belt, the area of the land as a whole does provide a limited contribution to the character of Cambridge as a compact city, a moderate contribution to the setting of Cambridge, and a moderate contribution to the areas between existing villages. So there potentially is for green, the overall harm from the whole of that land to be removed from the green belt would be high. However, our site is a very small proportion of that land, does have existing buildings. So in the officer's view, the land is considered to comprise grey belts land. But as described in the report would be inappropriate development in the green belt. But I can answer questions on that later. I've just got green belt policy if anybody needs it. So the main residential properties affected by the proposed development are the farmhouse, which is located down here in this area to the southeast, and numbers 1 to 4.
That's a relief. Thank you. Do carry on, Karen.
Thank you. So the main residential properties surrounding the site and potentially affected by the development. So you have the farmhouse, which is property to the southeast, just here. 1 to 4 waterworks cottages, which are located just here. There are also residential properties, where are we? Just up here at Fleamdyke Cottages, and down here at Heath Farm. I think it's Heath Farm Cottage and Heath Farmhouse. So this is a drawing showing the predicted noise levels in the day, for example. So in terms of what the impact would be on neighbours, so the green area is defined as the LOAEL, which is the lowest observed adverse effect level. The red area is the significant adverse effect level. This shows that the residential properties fall within the orange area, which is the area between a low level and a significant level, and therefore some mitigation is required to ensure the development is acceptable. Again, just going on to the noise levels at night. So as you can see, sorry, I think previously the waterworks cottages fell within the green area, so were acceptable in the day. At night, both properties fall within the orange area, which are between the low and significant level, so mitigation is required. That mitigation will be secured through a planning agreement. That's just full-blown neighbourhood plan policies. So in terms of the key considerations of the proposal, in principle of the development in the greenbelt, whether the development is inappropriate by definition, other material considerations, such as the settlement strategy. Is this an appropriate site for the development in the countryside? Is there an essential need for it to be here? The impact on the agricultural quality of the land, the character and appearance of the actual greenbelt, countryside and landscape character, design considerations, so in terms of the form design of the building, heritage assets, so the impact on the scheduled ancient monuments, trees, whether the development would result in the loss of any important trees on the site, biodiversity, so impact on the site of special scientific interest at Fleamdyke, the county wildlife site, and any protected species which may be on the site. Highway safety and transport impacts, so the impact of the access and any increase in vehicular movements on Balsham Road. Car and cycle parking, so water management and flood risk. The residential amenity of neighbours in terms of noise, overshadowing, loss of daylight, etc. So carbon reduction and sustainable design, planning obligations and other matters. If the development is considered to be inappropriate development in principle by definition, very special circumstances are required to justify the development in the greenbelt. So therefore, there are very special circumstances set out, which officers do consider justify the development. So just in terms of the planning balance, so in favour of approval of the application, there is a critical need for and the provision of a new operations base for the East Anglian Air Ambulance to enable it to continue to provide its service. Renewable energy measures would exceed the policy requirements required. So against the application, it would be inappropriate development in the greenbelt in policy terms, an unsustainable location, harm to the openness, some harm to the openness and the character and appearance of the greenbelt, and some harm upon the adjacent residential properties. Overall, taking all matters into consideration and all planning policies, etc., the officer recommendation is approved subject to conditions and a planning agreement. Just to let you know, there was an updated report circulated following the original report, which members should see. Thank you.
Very much. Could I just, before we go off that slide, could we just clarify the recommendation at the bottom of that slide, please? Is that is correct, is it?
Approved subject to conditions
Okay.
and a planning agreement, yes.
Sorry, could you just clarify what was in the amendment sheet, Karen, please? Just if you could summarise what's in it, please.
So the updated committee report basically clarified the applicant as the East Anglian Air Ambulance. It added a couple of additional paragraphs, one in relation to the phasing of the proposal, one in relation to the location of the nearest bus stop, and one in relation to the impact upon public viewpoints. And then, again, another paragraph about the bus stop. An amendment to say that the development is not considered to result in a significant increase in traffic generation. The heads of terms, an amendment to the wording of the heads of terms that were marked as next in the original report. An amendment to the recommendation to remove a deadline for the completion of the planning agreement, and some additional conditions regarding the details of the ancillary buildings, the phasing as set out, and then some amendments to conditions. So in terms of the phasing of the development, a lot of the conditions have been amended to provide details within each phase. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. That's helpful. Okay. Right. So now we come to our public speakers. Sorry. Yes, thank you. Any questions of clarification before we do that? Right. Okay. So let's go round in order. So, Councillor Lisa Redrup.
Thank you, Chair. I'm afraid I have a few, so I hope that's okay. For point 21.17, it says the Parish Council has requested emergency lighting and that's covered by the condition for lighting.
I agree. It's not.
I was just wondering, are we sure what the Parish Council mean by that request and if it really is covered by that condition? I think I saw a condition 23 about lighting, but I wasn't quite sure how the two related.
My understanding, and I was going to ask a similar question, Councillor Redrup, was that condition 23 says nothing about enabling access onto or egress from the site onto the Balsham Road, which is what I think the Parish Council were concerned about. Have you any comments on that?
Apologies, I can add that to the condition if you would like specific reference to that in the condition.
I think we need to consider it during the debate, and we might come to that as a matter that we want to add in, but I think we need to consider it. was there anything else, Councillor Rudyard?
Yes, please. In 23.12, it's saying about the Environment Agency commenting that the site is located upon a principal aquifer and within a protection zone for public water supply. I did see that there was some conditions about that. I just wonder how confident are we that the development and then the use of the site will protect the public water supply, because we have heard news reports about airfields being associated with contamination of water. And then 24.8, it's about the noise assessment, and the report mentions that some things have not been considered, such as training flights and the use of sirens. So it's just wondering if it's possible that those unconsidered sources of sound could mean that the proposal might not comply with requirements. And then just the last one is just about one of the additional conditions in the supplement. It's just an editorial comment really about, it's about the ancillary buildings, and then it has an open bracket substation but doesn't list the subsequent, the rest of the buildings, the ancillary buildings. So it's just a typo there, thank you.
Did you want to comment on that, Karen?
Thank you. So, yeah, so just in terms of the initial comment about the lighting, again, it's a lighting strategy. I'm quite happy for that lighting to be agreed. With regards to the impact upon the public water supply, the Environment Agency have no objections to the application, so it would be very difficult for us to refuse it on those grounds, with a statutory consultee with technical expertise having no objections. So in terms of the noise assessment, so we do actually have the local planning authority noise consultant online if you have any specific queries. But in terms of the actual noise assessment, certain things have been requested but are not required to be considered. So we have considered obviously all areas of the noise, and obviously the acoustic consultant has come to the view that providing the internal noise levels are set at a certain level, which is set out in the heads of terms, the development is not going to have an impact, not going to have a significant impact upon certain residential properties. Siren noises, obviously it's an emergency use, there will be siren noises, but they will be very limited, approximately twice in the day and once at night. And the additional condition regarding the substation, yeah, that should just say substation, etc. Includes all the buildings, basically.
Can I just come back on the lighting arrangements? It strikes me that condition 23 relates purely to the lighting of the site. And I think what the parish council and indeed the local member were referring to in their representations was an ability to get out of the site when there is a lot of traffic on Balsham Road. In other words, some kind of traffic light system. But county highways have not indicated that they feel that's necessary. I believe we have the county, no, we don't. Okay, so my concern is that we understand that Balsham Road can be quite busy on in the morning and probably in the evening as well. And I just wondered whether in the discussion that you've had with the county, whether they have given any indication that they felt any kind of lighting to enable the emergency vehicles, the critical care cars to get out of the site, whether they felt that was necessary to alert the traffic, because the Balsham Road is 60 miles an hour. Okay, it's long and straight and there's good visibility, but will those vehicles be able to get out if there's a lot of traffic on the road?
Thank you. So just in terms of the comments from the local Highways Authority Development Control Team has no objections. The access is in use already, and the actual amount of traffic that would be generated from the development would be similar to the existing level of traffic on the site. I understand, obviously, that they will be sort of coming out quickly, but it's difficult to say that it would cause an issue. even because they would have their sirens on, their blue lights on, etc., when they're sitting at the access waiting to come out. And the county transport team hasn't raised any objections or required any sort of traffic lights or anything to stop traffic to enable the emergency vehicles to come out.
Could I, thank you for that. We'll perhaps discuss that later in the debate. Could I also pick up on the question that Councillor Redrup asked about the protection of the aquifer? Because this site, Anglian Water haven't commented because they obviously recognise it's not going to connect to a public sewers. That means it must have to have a septic tank, and a septic tank has to have an overflow. And this site, it's got parking for 50 cars. There could be 50 people there daily for all we know. So I just wanted to understand whether it's been clear that any risk of pollution from the site has been taken into account.
It certainly has been taken into account by the Environment Agency, who have recommended conditions in relation to contamination, investigation, remediation, sort of pollution prevention, specific infiltration systems and foundation design.
Sorry. Does the infiltration relate to the overflow from a septic tank, or does it relate to just infiltration from a previous farm site? It would, okay, great, thank you. Sorry, back to members. Councillor Rickson, I think you were next.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just pick up on the septic tank point. Just there are other options. It would be a packaged treatment plant, so it's not just a septic tank. Thanks for the presentation. I have a similar sort of questions. I've got, which you started to cover with Councillor Redrup's questions. So, can you just confirm? So I think you just stated, I've got blue light written down here. So when cars, there's 2 emergency vehicles, and when they're leaving the site, they will be expected to have sirens and be blue lights. I mean, I've not an experience in assessing an application like this before, but is there not sort of agreements that could be in place? I mean, do they need to have sirens and blue lights as they leave the property? Is that, could that not, because that will be impacting immediately on the neighbours. Can that not be?
In my experience, sorry, from a related application for the police hub, the Southern Police Hub next to Milton, they have said they wouldn't use sirens in the night unless they needed to. The purpose of a siren is to warn people that they need to have a road clear. If the road is clear, they wouldn't use them. So I imagine that would be the same in this. But Karen, do you want to comment?
I would assume that for emergency purposes there would be a blue light and siren, but you're welcome to ask the
exactly, we can ask. Okay. And Councillor Fane. Oh, sorry, Councillor Rickson.
No, that's quite right. No, thanks. That's right. I just wanted to clear, because I think it's unclear, and it's quite a strong issue. So there's 2 other things. Firstly, I'll skip the renewable energy measures exceed policy. I don't think was that covered in the presentation? I might have missed that. So one of the reasons for approval is renewable energy measures which would exceed policy requirements. Did you cover those in that presentation? And what are they?
So we have a solar array on the roof of the main building, and there's also air source heat pumps on site, but the actual calculations go above the 10% requirement of policy, which is set out in the report.
Thank you. And then, I don't know if it's appropriate now, but the planning agreement, I'd be interested in kind of what that might look like. I mean, I'm not looking to say, exactly what will be agreed and how, but it's just, we're sort of...
I think we'll ask Vanessa Blaine, who wanted to speak on another matter as well, but perhaps you can cover both, Vanessa.
Thank you,
Chair, through you. So with regards to the vehicles exiting when there's an emergency, that is best left dealt with by the driver of the vehicle to determine what response is required given what they are attending. We wouldn't expect in the middle of the night blues and twos to be operated, so we can't condition it because we really can't police it, but it is best left to be dealt with by those who are operating at that specific moment. With regards to the planning agreement that has been, I understand, drafted by the applicant solicitors Mills and Reeve, I've looked at it, I've raised some queries, but effectively it'll either be a section 106 or a unilateral undertaking. The difference between the two is if there is a section 106, the council will give obligations to, as it's reciprocal, so the applicant will give undertakings and obligations to the council, and the council there'll be obligations on the council. The unilateral undertaking is where only the applicant gives undertakes and obligations, covenants to do certain things to the council. There is nothing for the council to do.
Do you know what matters that is likely to cover?
So it will cover the potential grant funding for 5 dwellings. It is that I have raised a concern over, and will discuss with my colleague, the principal planning solicitor, Richard Pitt, who is involved in that matter. But it will, amongst other things, cover the scheme for the grant funding.
Sorry, and that was to cover the noise mitigation.
That's for
wasn't
the noise
it?
mitigation. Yes.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
So as I understand it, there's a grant funding. There'll be grant funding for the noise mitigation.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
for the
tied in
it's for the 1 to 4 waterworks cottages and for the farmhouse that they install measures like double glazing and insulation, noise insulation, to protect them from the noise of the helicopters. And it's listed in the report. I think it's up to a maximum of 25,000 per. Sorry, Karen, do you want to take this? 25,000 per property, maximum of 125,000 for all 5. Is that okay?
There's a sum of 125,000 that will be split £25,000 per household up to that amount for a period of they can claim, and how they claim will be up for discussion between the legal parties. 10 years following commencement or use of the base as an emergency site.
That's noise and does it cover vibration as well? I mean, I don't know if that.
Well, I wondered about that. It's more like the air pressure, isn't it, from the helicopter? I don't know.
It's to cover. It's a noise mitigation. Once you start getting into vibrations, we're looking at technical experts to, consider what the impact would be, how long that would last. So it is currently for noise, and is likely to stay the noise generated by the flights.
And I think also there was a requirement they should install. They had to have an indication. Okay, right. Okay, does that answer your questions?
It does. Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you.
Lovely. Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. We have before us the planning balance, which we'll come back to in the debate later. I wonder if I could invite Karen Coggins to just qualify item 2 on the material considerations for refusal, that this is, to put it in planning terms, an unsustainable location. Perhaps it would be useful to put that in layman's terms that we will be considering later on.
Thank you. So just in terms of the location of the site, it's obviously outside any development framework, and it is approximately 2 kilometres from the village of Fulbourn, where there's a number of services and facilities, etc. So for people to actually travel to the site, it would be very difficult to travel there apart from by private car. So there is a very limited bus service with a bus stop which is near Waterworks Cottages. So in my view would be unlikely to travel by bus because the service is actually once a day to and from Cambridge in the, probably you'd say the wrong direction. And it would be quite difficult to cycle along Balsham Road with, it's a busy road with cars which go 60 miles an hour approximately. So I think there would be heavy reliance on the private car to access this site. So therefore, that is the reason why it's an unsustainable location. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does that answer your question, Councillor Fay? Okay. Right. And Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just two short points, because most of the points I was going to make have already been, all the questions have already been asked. Just in terms of car access, though, going back to that, the proposal says there'd be 4 car trips, I think, of a sort of emergency vehicle. I mean, I know sometimes air ambulances, can't fly if it's misty or conditions like that. So could there be times when there are more car trips than that the service is more reliant on the car side of the care? And on that basis, are we satisfied that the highways access to and from the site is actually suitable for what's a kind of emergency vehicle service that could be operating from that site? That's my first question. And my second one is a small point, but it's just to ask for a little bit of clarity on the grey belt situation. I mean, I'm assuming from the report that grey belt doesn't actually apply here, so we don't need to worry about it. Is that correct?
So in terms of the access, it's approximately 2 critical cars coming and going per day. If there'll be 2 helicopters based on site, so if one helicopter is not working, the other one will be operational. So I'd say it would be unlikely. I mean, you can't say not ever, but I think it would be unlikely that there would be additional traffic through the critical care cars coming onto the road. There's a slight, in terms of the actual traffic numbers, it will be very similar to what's in the summer at the moment when you have the agricultural harvest vehicles, and I think sort of 6 more movements in the winter, but they will be across the day rather than at condensed times of the day. So therefore, the Local Highways Authority has no objections to the application. In terms of grey belt, so the definition of grey belt, you have to look at whether the development is previously developed land or whether the land contributes to purposes A, B and D of the purposes of the green belt. And additionally, footnote 7 in the NPPF, which refers to, just for example, sites of special scientific interest, designated heritage assets, high-risk flood zones, etc., etc. So in this application, the development is partly on previously developed land, but not wholly on previously developed land. The land is not considered to contribute to purposes A, B and D of the green belt because of the existing buildings on the site, and is not considered to be, for example, a site of special scientific interest, would be a strong reason for resisting or refusing the application. So technically it would meet the definition of grey belt, but then there's other tests in paragraph 155 of the NPPF that you have to consider, which kind of takes it out of the definition of grey belt. So such as the unsustainable location and the need for the development and things like that. So I hope that is helpful.
Thank you, Karen. I have a couple more for you. One is about well, I note that the County Council, while they mention the lighting scheme, they haven't said anything about lights at the entrance, and the highways officers, the transport assessment team, haven't said anything about a need for lights to indicate vehicles wishing to come out. Because it's one thing having agricultural vehicles and people picking up feedstuffs for their horses and such like going in at their own time and speed. But if you need to get out because you're on what we colloquially know as a shout, you need to get out. And I'm just slightly concerned. I'm hoping that, just as Vanessa says, if there's a need for lights to be used and sirens, then hopefully drivers on Balsham Road would be made aware and would pause. However, it is a very long straight road, and cars do go quite fast along there. Equally, it can be congested, so difficult. Anyway, trees. There is a very big belt of, admittedly not great value trees, along the northwestern boundary of the site. Can you just remind us, you know, given that the tree officer has said they will be, he has accepted that they're not of high value, are the trees going to be replaced or financial contributions to be made off-site, or will there be any planting on the site? I know that obviously you don't want it right next to the Fato, but I just wondered what's going to happen about replacement of trees somewhere.
Thank you. So the replacement planting will be on site rather than off site.
Oh, it will be. Okay,
Yeah.
righto, good. And I also wanted to ask, and it's partly just so that you can tell us, the memorial garden. I asked in the briefing, is this normal at an air ambulance site? Do you want to just go through what's the normal reason for having that sort of facility at a memorial garden?
Thank you. So just in terms of the memorial garden, to the rear of the site, there's a wellbeing and amenity area with the memorial garden, apologies, in this area here. The reason for that is quite often a number of patients who have been rescued by the East Anglian Air Ambulance might want to actually sort of speak to the people who saved their lives. So that area is just, if they come to the site and speak to the crew, somewhere they can take them to have a private conversation, etc.
Thank you very much. Okay. Councillor Dr. Toomey Hawkins, did you have a question? Clarification?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's going back to the grey belt and green belt. If I understand this correctly, it doesn't meet the grey belt conditions, correct? But in terms of green belt, because it doesn't contribute to those specifics that you've mentioned, A, B, and D, it's not significant green belt. Could one make that conclusion?
Do you want to clarify on that?
Thank you. So just on the screen, I've popped up paragraph 155 of the NPPF. So you look at various different things. So it's when determining whether something's inappropriate development in the green belt or not. So part A, it says if the development would utilise greenbelt land and would not undermine the purposes of the greenbelt area across the plan, which the development would meet. However, the development would also meet the demonstrable unmet need for the development. However, it wouldn't be in a sustainable location and the golden rules are not applicable. So that's why overall the development is inappropriate development in the green belt. But there are considered, but obviously it's considered there to be very special circumstances for the development.
So it's inappropriate
Yes.
if it undermines the purposes of the green belt.
So officers consider it meets Part A,
Yeah.
it meets Part B, but it doesn't meet Part
Which
C.
makes it
which makes it inappropriate
Yeah,
development in the green belt.
And so
yeah.
that's why we have to, if
Yes.
members wish to agree that they have to find very special circumstances.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Does that answer your question? Great, lovely. Okay, and thank you for that, because it's complicated with the exception. Okay, Councillor Garvey.
I see there's going to be a security fence going round. I just wondered whether they considered having a hedge as well within the security fence going around the boundary.
Thank you. I believe that probably has been considered, but it may not be appropriate if there's birds, etc., in the hedge, which may have an impact on flights. Yeah.
That's true, actually. I saw that in the report that that was felt inappropriate because they didn't want to have birds. Okay. Right, okay, so I think we've had all questions from the members. So let's come to our speakers then. Thank you, Karen, for answering those. So our first representative is of the applicant. That's Richard Hinson. Thank you. So if you could just first of all introduce yourself.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Richard Heinson. I'm the Director of Operations at the East Anglian Air Ambulance.
Thank you very much. So you've got 3 minutes. So
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
So what the services we actually provide, so we provide a pre-hospital emergency medicine. So this is a doctor-paramedic based team. It is the cutting edge of pre-hospital emergency care in the civilian world that we deliver. We are a country, Europe, world-leading healthcare provider, where our reputation for clinical excellence and operational effectiveness is renowned in many countries around the world. As well as that, we also offer aftercare support. So aftercare is a crucial element to our patients and to their families. For every patient we see, there's another 30 people who've been significantly impacted by that mission. And a very important part of the full recovery a patient needs is actually understanding and coming to terms with what happened to them and their family also. About a third of the patients we attend are in cardiac arrest. We put a lot of resource into training the community in CPR. Where bystander CPR has occurred, the patient's chances of making a recovery are significantly higher than when they haven't. So we're trying to combat the before we get there, the when we get there, and the after effects of the incident in our approach. At our current Cambridge base, we've been there for nearly 20 years. We delivered pre-hospital care to over 1,000 patients every year from that base. Our current base has been fantastic for us. The airport have been huge supporters for our organisation. However, as you're aware, it's closing. The clock is ticking. We've had to find a new home. We've spent the last 2.5 years getting to the stage we are now to present this application to you to ensure that our future provision is maintained. We've also looked at the new home as an opportunity to cement our future for the next 50 years. So the facilities that we've developed will ensure that this site is fit for purpose for now and for many decades to come. With all the technical information you've received and listened to, and I fully enjoyed the debate and discussion that just occurred. But this is really about people. It's about us. It's about the community that we all serve. It's about a wife who did 20 minutes of CPR on her husband, waiting for the air ambulance to come. When we did, husband is now up, alive, talking, and living his life. It's about the terrible incident in Huntington with mass stabbing, where the fear and the terror for all those involved on that day where the air ambulance was there to look after those people. It's about the mother, Mia, of baby Clayton, who went into premature labour at 26 weeks, where both the mother and the baby were in a precarious position, and the clinical expertise saved them, so now mother and baby are thriving again. So when in your deliberations and discussions, please try, like we always do at the air ambulances, think about the patients in the community and the impact that we have, and I hope that that demonstrates the very special circumstances of which we're asking for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Has that raised any questions, members, to direct to Karen? Councillor Sandford, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Karen. I understand this application has been coming forward because the proposal is to close Cambridge Airport. However, I've read that marshals have not yet found an alternative location. So is there a possibility that Cambridge Airport will stay open longer? And if so, will there be a conflict between the flight paths from the new site and Cambridge Airport? Or are they different directions, should we say?
Karen, can you respond?
Thank you. So overall, I believe that obviously a new site needs to be found because it would be a risk if the airport did close and we didn't have a new site for the Cambridge operations base. In terms of the actual flights, if Cambridge Airport was to remain open, the obviously existing flight paths within the area have been considered as part of this application and would be safe. So.
Thank you very much. Right, okay, so thank you for that. So our next representation is from Fulbourn Parish Council, Jane Gaskell, and speaking in support, as I understand it. Thank you, Jane. So firstly, can you just confirm that you've got the authority of your parish council to speak on their behalf?
Yes, I've got permission from Fulbourn Parish Council to speak. I'm actually the Vice Chairman of the Parish Council and I chair Highways and Planning Committees.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm sure you've experienced this before. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you very much. Do go ahead.
The Fulbourn Parish Council Planning Committee met and we were unanimous in agreeing. Our only sort of queries are the highway safety and traffic coming in and out. It is a busy road, as you've already highlighted. So that was our main concern. But other than that, we had design and appearance materials. I noticed that some people have commented on the bright red, and possibly that is, it would be nice to see something that's more in keeping with an agricultural area on the outskirts of the village. And red is a colour that some people are red blind to, so they wouldn't see the sign anyway. So I think that sort of basically, as I say, it gets our approval as a much needed service, and we've been grateful to the air ambulance coming and giving us free of charge CPR tuition.
Okay, great.
You never know when you might need it.
Exactly. Thank you very much indeed, if you've finished.
Okay.
Thank you. Right, so Karen, did you want to respond again on the issue of highway safety and about the red branding? What I note is that the red branding would only be mainly visible, obviously largely within the site as you access the site, and possibly from the north. It wouldn't be visible from the Fulbourn side. But Karen, did you want to speak on that?
Just in terms of the red cladding on part of the building, the main red cladding would be facing towards the access road and towards the existing buildings on the site. So you would get glimpses along the access from Balsham Road, but obviously cars are travelling at quite high speeds along that road, so would be limited glimpsed views. The public views from Fleam Dyke is quite a significant distance away, and obviously the western side of the site would have grey/silver cladding, so would be unlikely to be visible from there. So officers consider that it's acceptable and the scheme is in keeping with the surroundings in terms of the overall character of the site. Thank you.
Thank you. And what I observe is that the red cladding is only on a small portion of the building, and it reflects the branding of the East Anglian Air Ambulance. So whilst it would be fleetingly visible, I don't think it's going to be, it's not my observation that it's going to be wildly visible from anywhere around. Right. Any other questions from members based on that exchange? No? Okay. So then I'd like to ask the ward councillor, John Williams, who's the councillor for Fenditton and Fulbourn, one of the councillors for Fenditton and Fulbourn, if you'd like to make your points, John. So
thank you, Chair, and good morning, everybody. First of all, I have to contradict what the applicant said about the urgency of this. At the last Airport Consultative Committee meeting, so this is in the public domain, the director of the airport said that the air ambulance service can stay at the airport for, until the airport closes, which at the moment is planned for 2029-2030, when the Turkish Air Force contract is completed. So there is no urgency, and I am very surprised about the pressure that's been put on you today because of that. Can I say also, you probably know that I used to be chair of the Stansted Noise and Track Keeping Working Group. I also used to sit on a government body on aircraft noise, and I used to be a pilot. So I am very pleased about the amendment to condition 15 because it does need to cover ground noise. It does need to cover ground noise engine running for repair and maintenance. And in particular, I am quite concerned about that happening during unsocial hours between 2300 and 0700. And I would like to see that not being acceptable between those hours. Obviously, the helicopter's great, but not to be using those hours for maintenance or repair of the engines. On the traffic issue, I used to get my chicken feed from the from the farm shop, so I know what it's like to pull out of that. And it is very difficult because although it's a long straight road, you probably saw when you went on your site visit, it's got quite a few dips in it, actually. And when you try and pull out, particularly if you're traffic coming from the A11, you can't see it actually until it's right on top of you because of the dips in the road. So I'm very supportive of Fulbourn Parish Council in that there should be some form of signals there, maybe just part-time signals for when the first responders and the critical care vehicles have to exit that site, because it is very difficult during the peak periods, particularly the morning peak, but also the evening peak, because it is a 60-mile-an-hour limit. Actually, most people do far more than 60 miles an hour down that road, and without having adequate lighting at that junction, so that people can actually see vehicles exiting, then you need to have lights, traffic lights there. And I totally disagree with the County Council's highway assessment, as you probably have many times disagreed with them in the past about these things. And the last thing is to pick up the point
Councillor
about...
Williams, you need to conclude.
Oh, yeah, okay. It's just about the operation of the helicopter. I thought this was going to operate under visual flying references, in which case there will be times when visibility will be too poor for the helicopter to operate, and there will be times when emergency vehicles will be accessing the site. Thank you.
Thank you very much for making those points. Members, are there any... Thank you very much. Are there any questions that has raised in your minds, members, that you wish to ask Karen? Can I just clarify, given that the highways, county highways, have, sorry, where is it? They have indicated that they are basically happy with the application. Sorry, trying to find it. Here we are. So they've based their comment largely on the number of trips. If members wish to require, for example, something like lighting at the entrance to indicate that there is an entrance there, and secondly, some kind of traffic management to enable vehicles to get out at times when they're needing to exit the site. Do we have any powers to request that at all, Karen?
So when you reference lighting, do you mean traffic lights?
Well, there's two things. Councillor Williams is saying you can't see that there's an entrance there because there are dips in the road and it's not obvious. And indeed, when we went to the site visit, I came off the A11 and went down. And even though I know the location of the farm, I've been there loads of times, I was going quite carefully. The other thing, actually, the other one I meant to mention is we need something to indicate the entrance to the air ambulance site as distinct from the adjoining commercial farm site. Well, I think it's a commercial site at Shardlow's farm because there's a wood turning exercise at the back. So, you know, we don't want people turning into the wrong entrance. So there's an awareness of the entrance, but also, as Councillor Williams has suggested, some kind of part-time lighting, traffic lights as it were, to stop traffic on the road, on the Balsham Road, so that vehicles can exit the site. I just wanted to know whether it's possible and whether we have powers to ask for that sort of thing. But my arm is being touched by my legal advisor. So I've been asked to have an adjournment briefly, if I may. So it's 11:22 now, and we'll aim for about 5 minutes. So we'll just go have a discussion. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. We'll pause for a moment. Okay, thank you. So, Jane Bowden, I think you're going to respond on this. Jane Roden is going to respond on the matter about the highways issues. So, thank you, Jane.
Thank you, Chair. So as part of the application, the access is getting wider and there are the buildings either side that are being removed as part of this, which should help with the visibility of entering and exit the site. One suggestion that we offer is condition 8, part P,
On page
74 of your report, to include reading it as a whole, it would say external safety and information signage and notices during construction and operation of the site. And then an informative on the application, which would be number 11, I believe. Number 11, to include that the applicants are to work with the local highways authority to include any additional signage on the main road along Bolsham Road. That's a recommendation from us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that's an amendment to condition 8P. So it extends the requirement for signage during construction to after construction as well. So there's signage on the road that indicates that there's a site there. And informative, is it adding an informative 11?
Yes, an additional informative.
Okay, to ask them to work with highways to make sure we're happy that there's signage. Okay, so members, that is, I think, the extent of what we can do as a planning committee, given that highways have not made any objection to the access or egress from the site in their representations. So I think that's what we'll do, and it gives us the ability to pick it up at a later stage if necessary. So, right. Thank you very much to all those people who spoke. So we come to debate, members. So who would like to speak? Councillor Dr. Timmy Hawkins. Oh, sorry, righto. Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you. I actually had a clarification question following on from Councillor Williams. Sorry to take us back a little bit, but that was just about the impact of the lack of urgency, or the different information we've been presented about the urgency of this on very special circumstances, because the report identifies the urgency under the heading of very special circumstances, but Councillor Williams has suggested that actually the urgency may not be quite as presented. So if that were to be the case, if the air ambulance were to be able to occupy the current site for a few years longer than 2027, would that, in the officer's opinion, have any impact on the very special circumstances balance or not?
Thank you. So Karen, would you like to respond to that?
Thank you. So in my view, there is an urgent need for this development. The airport is due to close shortly. I think we have to take into consideration that it may take time to build this base, etc. And I think it would be a huge risk if we were to say there's not a need for it at this certain point, because there certainly will be in the very near future, in my view. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, so that was the last of our questions of clarification. So let's now move into debate. Members, who'd like to speak? So Councillor Dr. Timmy Hawkins.
Right. Thank you very much, Chair. Sorry. I mean, obviously what we have in front of us is an application for a very important service, which I guess I should declare, sorry Chair, I should have done that. The ambulance was called out to my son's motorbike accident in October 2024. So thank you very much. It took 90 minutes to find him, even though they had the ambulance out and the lights were on and all that. So it is about people. Yes. It is very much about people. And at the same time, yes, there have been issues raised, objections raised, But the whole point of applications here is you look at the application in front of us, we identify any harms that might be caused, and if there are any mitigations that will actually, or conditions that will mitigate the harm. If we can have the balance thing back up on slide, please. We've talked a lot about the access, and I think it's one of the things I had a look at, which is that obviously the T-junction is going to be upgraded, and that is a condition, condition 11, I think, which, 13, which says it has to be done first.
Yes.
Right. So once that is done, I think obviously, again, highways have no objection. The point is there has been no objection for any of the statutory consultees, none whatsoever.
Yeah.
Which means that whatever harms have been identified have conditions to mitigate them and mitigate them effectively. So for the highways, what we've discussed and the conditions, I think, I find sufficient. As far as all the other issues go, the noise level, we've seen that again, conditions are being put in place to try and mitigate that. But when I think of what happened with my son, his accident happened about 6:30 in the evening, it was dark, they had to go out. It could be any time of the day, but it's not that often. I have been to the Essex and Herts ambulance site, so I actually have experience of what those sites look like, and yes, there is a well-being garden there as well. And it's not busy. I think one of the things that's been said is, there's going to be additional, 20 trips from this site, which, considering what's there already, is not that significant. In my view, what we have in front of us and the need we have, I take the point about, timing and all that, but for goodness sake, these things take time. They take time to find, as we've already heard. It's taken them, 2 years to get to this point. It's going to take them another period of time to build this. And we can't put people's lives at risk. We shouldn't. I think that the need, in my view, is significant. And I will be supporting this wholeheartedly.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hawkins. Anybody else wish to speak? Sorry, Councillor Sandford. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We have 3 points. Inappropriate development in the green belt in policy terms. It's not really development, it's replacing some ugly agriculture and commercial buildings with slightly less ugly buildings. So it's not as if we're building on pure greenfield site here. Secondly, last August, I was invited to visit the Magpass Air Ambulance Base at Elconbury Weald, and like Councillor Hawkins, they walked me through in great detail what a modern state-of-the-art air ambulance base does. They also explain the outreach and training they do, both for NHS staff and for the public, which is a big tick, I think. And they do a lot of support for relatives, including bereaved relatives, which shouldn't be underestimated, so that's another tick. We seem to have done the site access and egress to death, but I'd be curious to know exactly how County Highways evaluated this site, whether they just sat at a desk and looked at Google. Yes, on a clear day, you can see traffic coming maybe in and out of the dips, but 7 AM on a dark, foggy morning, I'd rather have lights to stop the traffic and let the fast response vehicles exit safely. But all said, I will also be wholeheartedly supporting this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Sandford. Councillor Richard Williams?
Thank you very much, Chair. I didn't mention this as a declaration of interest because I don't really think it's relevant, but given it's come up, I should perhaps just put on record that my brother-in-law is the medical director for Essex and North and Herts Air Ambulance, but they're not involved in this. So I just thought I'd put that on the record. I mean, obviously, you know, in principle, I accept the need for this, and obviously, you know, it's the sort of application that we would want to support. It's in the green belt, but it's previously developed land. I think, as Councillor Sandford has said, you know, we're not talking about loss of an entirely greenfield site here. So, in principle, I'm supportive. I will listen to the debate. I mean, I must say, I do know that road a little bit. I think it's quite a dangerous road, and I would be much happier, and I think it would be reasonable and proportionate that there were traffic lights there. I agree with Councillor Sandford. It would be interesting to know what highways have done. Personally, I would support and be able and be prepared to propose that we require traffic lights there, but I'm not sure if other members of the committee would support that. I would like to see better traffic management. I don't think it is appropriate as things stand, but I would certainly not want to deny the whole application on that basis.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Right, yourself, Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. A number of points from myself. I think in relation to the green belt issue, that's already been sufficiently dealt with. I asked about earlier about the question of an unsustainable location, as we see on there. To many of us in layman's terms, that might mean that we couldn't possibly consider it. That is not, of course, what it means, as we would understand. And frankly, the fact that it may be difficult to approach the site by bus or by bicycle seems to be of limited concern in relation to an air ambulance site. Access, again, I think we've dealt with that. I wouldn't support making it a condition. I'm not sure whether we can indeed make it a condition that lights should be put there. I think that the conditions we've already talked about, condition 8P and the informative, will make the access safer, more easily distinguished from the neighbouring access. And I don't know whether it will be viable in due course to extend the reduced speed limit. That might make a difference. That hasn't been raised today. But I think these options will be for others to consider later. Lastly, the question of timing. Frankly, I'm not concerned as to when exactly it's going to be necessary to move out of the Cambridge Airport site. There is clearly a need for this, and as Councillor Hawkins highlighted earlier, this is not something that can be dealt with quickly. We've looked at 80 sites excluding this site before the applicants came to look at this site, and if they were obliged to go through that process again, then I'm not sure how long it would take. Certainly, I think we can be fairly sure I would not be on this planning committee. So I think the point is there is a clear need for this. It is a vital interest, which in my view does amount to a reasons for development in the green belt in this case. And I think we should support it now. I am never keen on seeing us delay applications for additional considerations to be taken into account unless that is absolutely essential. So I would very strongly support this application.
Thank you. Right, okay, I'll do a little bit of summing up then. Sorry.
Sorry, Chair, I did put my hand up to come back. Just to say, because the ambulance was called for my son's accident, and I say, you know, I declare that happened. But of course, I have come to this application with a clear mind, and I've looked at the issues raised and material considerations, and that's the basis on which I'm making my decision.
Absolutely. I think that's good to hear it from you, Councillor Hawkins. I think we understood it at the time, but thank you. Okay, so those of us who attended the site visit saw the location, saw the road, saw the site, and saw the work that's gone into making this a world, you know, a really good quality site that's going to see the East Anglian Air Ambulance into the future, regardless of what happens at Marshall's Airport. And they've said, and the applicant's representative, Mr. Heinzen, told us that you want to make this the very best for your crew and the staff and for the community and people who are going to learn and train here, in order that they can deliver the world-class care that we have come to expect. I mean, crikey, we've got TV programmes talking about what our helicopter pilots and teams do. As regards the site, you know, up on the top of the hill there, I can see it's an absolutely perfect site for taking off with helicopters. And it's a good site. It's within visibility, I imagine, of Addenbrooke's Hospital. My feeling is that there has been a proper search for sites, which is important when we're looking at putting something in the green belt. They have addressed all the issues around finding a suitable site for this, including next to my own village, which I was unaware of at the time. The application represents not only the needs of the community in the sense of the emergency service that they offer, but also it serves the needs of the pilots and crew and the ground teams. And I wouldn't be surprised if some of them choose to go out into the Memorial Garden after a difficult mission, when sometimes people don't survive. And it's important that we have a place that's suitable for them, the staff, to recover as well. That they've got a place to sleep quietly and comfortably, so that they're there on site, so that they can have briefings, so that they can offer training. And I think this is a really important site, and I'm pleased that we've got it in South Cambs, so close to Addenbrooke's, or that it's being considered. I'm glad to see that there is going to be tree replacement for the trees that will be lost from the site. I'm glad that the site that was screened by those trees is not shouting out air ambulance in red to the village of Fulbourn, but it is advertising its presence discreetly within the site. I think that's appropriate. You've heard our concerns about the access and, more importantly, the egress from that site. We know that there's going to actually be probably slightly fewer vehicle movements in and out of the site. My concern was the criticality of what drivers are doing. But as we've been advised, drivers of critical care cars, ambulances, all have to be careful at the time that they want to go out to a visit. So, and to attend, you know, a site of an accident. So I think we've made amendments to condition 8P to require that there is signage so that people who use that road regularly know that there is an access and an egress here. That's going to be more critical than previously. We can't do more than that because the highways assessment team have not indicated any concern about that. But we have asked that signage should be, that condition 8 is a construction management plan, but we've asked that signage should go on not only during construction, but during the eventual operation and post-construction of the site. The other thing is noise, and obviously for those residents who are close to the site and right next door to it, you will have seen in the plans that there is a bund to protect actually the farmhouse itself from the immediate noise of the helicopters. and indeed from the site in general. And I'm sure that the arrangements for how people leave the site at different times of day and night will be mindful of the fact that there are residents living there. So I think they will use that, and that's up to them how they use it to make sure they can get out of the site without causing everybody to wake up in the middle of the night. Okay, so I support this application. I'm very glad we've had it to the committee. We've had a very thorough discussion of the matters, and I wanted to draw your attention to the additional written statement that came from, I believe, a representative who had already made, a member of the public who had already made a representation to the committee, and I think we've all seen that. So I would like to propose approval of this application, the recommendation, and I think Councillor Hawkins is possibly indicating to second that. Can we just go through the summary though? Sorry, I've probably slightly jumped the gun, but Jane, if you would give us a summary, please.
Thank you, Chair. So the recommendation, as on page 70, paragraph 30 of the reports before you today, is approval subject to planning agreement and conditions which include the minor amendment of condition 8P to read external safety information signage and notices during and post-construction. Also the amendment sheet and the verbal updates given by the case officer in the PowerPoint presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so Vanessa has just asked me to add in a condition which we normally have in such applications, which is that any minor amendments to the conditions should be delegated to the officers in conjunction with the chair and vice chair, broadly speaking, which Vanessa is just drafting for us. No pressure, Vanessa. Thank you. Do you want to read that out then, Jane? Thank you.
Thank you. So the recommendation as on page 70, paragraph 30 of the reports before you today, is approval subject to planning agreement and conditions, which includes the minor amendments of condition 8P to read external safety information signage and notices during and post-construction, an amendment sheet verbal update given by the case officer in the PowerPoint presentation with any other minor amendments to conditions delegated to the planning officer in conjunction with the chair and vice chair. Thank you.
I have proposed, and I'm happy to propose, and Councillor Hawkins is happy to second. So let's take a vote on that then, members. I think it looks like it might be unanimous, but we do need hands in the air because... Sorry, yes, a proper vote, please. Oh, me. Is that all? So it's unanimous in favour. Thank you very much indeed. And can I thank you very much from the Air Ambulance for the work that you do and for the care that you've taken over your application and for coming to speak to us today. It's been very helpful. I know it seems short, but your opportunity to speak, but we valued having you here. Thank you so much. Right, we've been going for nearly 2 hours, so I think we probably ought to have a break. Yes. Do you want to have a calendar? Can we just have a 10-minute break at this stage, please, members? So back at 12:10, please. Thank you. Thank you. Right, so after a brief pause, we're back with item 6 on our agenda, which is a 25/04893/PIP, which stands for Planning in Principle, and the location is land northeast of Longacre, Meadow Road in Willingham. And our case officer, our senior planner, Phoebe Carter, is going to present the report. So over to you, Phoebe.
Thank you very much. I've just popped on your desks a copy of the injunction for your reference if you want it in detail. I apologise, we don't actually have a copy that I can access which has the red line on, but I have drawn the red line on a slide later on that you can see within my presentation.
Can I just confirm that all the members present have actually had a chance to read that and understand it? Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, Phoebe.
All right. So this application has been submitted for one gypsy pitch incorporating 2 mobile homes and 2 touring caravans and associated works. The application is submitted as a stage 1 permission in principle application, which only assesses the location, land use and amount of development. The stage 2 technical details proposal would consider matters such as design, layout, scale, landscaping, highways and transport impacts, biodiversity. Where the scheme of delegation delegates permission and principles to officers, the application has been brought to the attention of committee members at the discretion of officers, given the concerns raised by the parish council. Just as an update, the title page of the report needs to be amended, which currently says recommendation approved subject to conditions, to read recommendation approve. Thank you. So the site is located approximately 600 metres outside of the development framework of Willingham. The development framework of Willingham sort of ends more or less at the junction with Rockmill End, which is quite close to the junction with Belsar Farm development. Policy 22, H22 of the local plan and the planning policy for traveller sites support sites on unallocated land outside development framework subject to certain criteria, which we'll come on to shortly.
Would it be possible to change your pointer to a laser pointer, please?
I don't know if I can without a mouse. Sorry. No. You won't pick on this. Thank you. I've just highlighted the site in blue and red for your reference on this aerial view. So as you can see, the character outside of the framework is relatively rural. However, there are numerous scattered sites, which are predominantly mobile homes or single-storey units, which incorporate this site in here, which is known as the Oaks. This site to the south of Meadow Road, known as 3 Meadow Road, and this site in here, which is known as Everett's Field. On this side up here is a closed traveller site which used to incorporate 15 pitches, but this was closed several years ago and has had subsequent applications on it for including biodiversity enhancement and the construction of a lake.
Could you just say that again? I didn't quite hear what you said there.
So this site was a former gypsy and traveller site which incorporated 15 long stay pitches. It was closed prior to 2023, and there have been subsequent applications for the biodiversification of the site, including the incorporation of a lake on the site. So it's just for reference because it appears as a site almost. So this is the existing access, agricultural access off Meadow Road, which incorporates an access with a culvert over the drainage ditch, which now runs alongside Meadow Road. And this site in here is the area which would be included within the red line of the application site. It is predominantly open. There is limited vegetation fronting Meadow Road, although this boundary along the western edge of the field is quite developed, which would prevent any significant views when coming out of Meadow Road from Willingham. This Meadow Road is a single track drove road. There is no street lighting and there is no footpaths available. It is very limited use, and other sites directly opposite, including Everett's Field, were considered to be located in a sustainable location. It is noted that the provision of hard-standing boundary treatments, the site of caravans, whilst not an incongruous feature along Meadow Road, given the other sites, would have an urbanising effect on this location. However, the impact would potentially be mitigated under any subsequent technicals detail consent application in which we could condition landscaping and boundary treatments to incorporate it within the site. So this is the proposed site plan. The access is here off Meadow Road. These two hay barns, which are noted, have not yet been built, and neither has the access road to these barns. These barns were approved under prior approval for agricultural buildings. They're still live applications, but they have not yet been implemented. There's limited information available regarding the layout of the site and details regarding how the site, where the caravans would be positioned and what the boundary treatments would be. So this is all the information we have available to us at the current time. Just in reference to the policies that we've referred to in the local plan, policy H20 for the provision of gypsy and traveller sites says and sets out in reference to the travelling show people and travel accommodation assessment for 2016. This has subsequently been updated as part of the works for the local plan, which covers the latest accommodation needs assessment, which was published in September 2024, and a further addendum in 2025. This document establishes that the District Council has a need for 41 pitches and over a 5-year period, and then a longer term need for a further 89 pitches between 2023-24 and 2040 to 2041. Policy H22 of the local plan sets out proposals for gypsy travellers and travelling show people sites on unallocated land outside of the development framework, and it sets out a number of criterion that they have to meet for sites being outside of the development framework. In just going through them very quickly, it's more detailed within the officer report that there is a recognised shortfall of pitches in the latest accommodation needs assessment. The site is considered to be in a sustainable location, well related to a minor rural centre of Willingham, with a range of services and facilities which include a primary school, food shop and healthcare facilities. The needs of the residents on the site, information has been provided, although we wouldn't be in a position to condition it onto this application, that the proposed occupiers have family within the village and are known in the local area. The current site proposed measures 1,500 square metres. It is noted that there isn't a minimum or maximum size of proposed pitches either set out within the planning practice for traveller sites or our policies. However, officers consider that the site is acceptable for the pitches and accommodation needs set out within the description of development. The scale is not considered to dominate the nearest settlement. The site would not present an adverse or detrimental impact on the health, safety and living conditions of residents. And the cumulative impact of the site in combination with other existing and planned sites would not have an unacceptable impact on the land uses, countryside or landscape in this instance. It's not in any proximity to any public right-of-ways and the site is not for travelling show people. So officers have, in assessing the application, consider that the proposal would meet the requirements of policy H22. The Parish Council in their comment mentioned and referenced an injunction, which is what I've put in front of you. I've highlighted the site owned by the applicant in blue and the outline of the injunction area with it in red. This injunction sets out that unauthorised pitches are not allowed within this area, which this is Meadow Road, to the northern edge, and this to the south here is a track called Skull Road, where it doesn't forbid development, it requires express planning permission. The permission in principle would not provide that, but the subsequent application for the details would be what would essentially be the granting of express planning permission. So as set out within the most recent accommodation needs assessment, the council are unable to demonstrate a 5-year supply of gypsy and traveller sites within the district, and so there is a presumption in favour of sustainable development. The proposal would allow for the provision of a needed pitch and is supported by policy H22 of the local plan. Whilst outside the development framework, it's located in an accessible location and is considered to be in a sustainable location for future occupants. As the site is outside of the development framework, it is restricted to prevent harm to the openness of the countryside. Detailed design would be considered at a future application stage, and there would be a degree of urbanising impact on the countryside through the development, but it's considered to amount to a moderate degree of harm on the openness of the countryside in the officer's assessment. So in this instance, having taken into account the provisions of the development plan, NPPF and NPPG guidance, the adverse impacts of granting this application would not significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of the proposal, and officers have recommended approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Phoebe. Just one moment. I have a couple of questions which I'm going to kick off with, if I may. Firstly, I wanted to just clarify first that the permission in principle, it's to confirm what you said, Phoebe, that the permission in principle would not confer express planning permission. It is the technical details case at which that would be decided. So this, if members were to decide in favour of this today, it still would have to go through the technical details case. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Sorry, yes, do go ahead, Vanessa.
Members, just to confirm, if you are minded to approve this today, and when it comes back for you, there is no, you are not compelled when it comes back to approve. It comes back entirely as a new application before you. So approving today does not necessarily mean you have to approve next time, if anyone had that concern.
And likewise, I imagine no members would be deemed to be conflicted at that technical details stage if they had voted one way or other at this stage.
No.
Is that correct? Okay. Sorry, yes, do go ahead, Vanessa.
Members, just to confirm, if you are minded to approve this today, No, because when the application comes back, it comes back before you and you consider it on the information before you at that time.
Okay, thank you. And the second thing I wanted to clarify was, it's really to Vanessa again, is the legal validity or strength, more to the point, of the injunction, which is dated 20th December 2007, so that's nearly 20 years ago, but also it's addressed to particular names, which is not, and the name of the applicant today, Thomas Brown, is not included in the list of names who are tied by this injunction. So I just wanted to check what is the legal standing of the injunction with those thoughts in mind.
Okay, the injunction remains valid. It's, council won't be effectively encouraging a breach because it is subject to permissions. And at the bottom of the list of defendants, it says persons unknown. So that's anybody else other than those listed.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Vice Chair. Okay. Right, so we've got some further questions of clarification. So, Councillor Lisa Redrow.
Thank you, Chair. My question's regarding the agricultural land quality and soil section of the report, where it talks about how the proposal fits with policy NH3. So I'm looking at 12.4 in that section, and it says that the policy states that uses not involving substantial built development but which take agricultural land will be regarded as permanent unless restricted by condition. However, it would be reasonable to restrict the proposed change of use of land to being a temporary use by condition in this instance. So I was just wondering, is this considered to be a temporary development, and if so, does it need a condition within this approval, or would that come at a later stage? Thank you.
It would have to come at a later stage. You can't attach any conditions to a permission in principle application.
Right, related to that, sorry, just picking up on a similar point, it relates to change of use, and one of the things that we can look at in permission in principle is land use, and I think that's probably the point you were making. So the question is, paragraph 12.5 is engaged, is part of our consideration, because one of the things, when we're looking at permission in principle, we look at location, land use, and the amount or scale of the proposed development. So can we have some advice on land use? Because it represents change of use, doesn't it?
It is a change of use of land. The land is classified as grade 3, which is good to moderate land quality, so it's not the highest levels of land quality in this for this field. It is a relatively small area that is changing the use. The removal of the caravans on the site at a later date could be considered a reversible change. That would also depend on the technical details consent, which would cover what hard standing they would use. So it is a relatively small area that is proposing to change use. It could be reversible subject to technical details consent at a later date, and given that officers have considered that it's limited and therefore would not have a significantly harmful impact for refusal in this instance on that ground.
Okay, so given that just to get this clear in my own mind, although permission in principle it takes into account the change of use of the land, if, and I'm not saying we will, but if it were subsequently given permission at the technical details case stage, it could still be removed because it's considered to be, because caravans are considered to be temporary. Is that the the inference of what you're saying?
Essentially, we don't have enough information at the current stage under this application that we could refuse it on, in officer's opinion, on NH3 for agricultural land. We don't have any details of what hard standing they're proposing, what the layout of the site is going to be. It is a relatively small area of land the red line covers.
Okay.
Details would be submitted at the technical details consent stage, and at that point officers would be required to reassess the application against NH3 and whether it could be a reversible situation or whether there are other reasons to consider the application.
Okay, and another question, if I may. I'm sort of struggling to see in this whether it gives a purpose of the injunction. So it says very clearly on the, let's call it the third page, in bold capitals, it says these people shall not undertake residential development, including the siting of mobile caravans, on all of that land that you outlined for us without prior express planning permission. It doesn't, is there somewhere in it where it says why?
I'm not familiar as to why this injunction was sought by council.
Well, for example, it might have said for retention of agricultural land or something. Can you advise us?
Chair, I'm sorry, I don't consider that relevant. The injunction was made 19 years ago. It could have been all manner of reasons, potential moving onto the site and commencing its injunctive proceedings, so one assumes we needed to injunct someone to stop them doing something. So I suspect, without any knowledge of this, because I wasn't here then, someone's moved onto the site and tried to commence development by putting some hard standing down, and they've been injuncted to stop that.
Okay, righto, fair enough, thank you. So there's no sort of indication of other than that. That's fine, thank you. Right, other questions? So, Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I had a question about the definition that's being applied for sustainable development or a sustainable location. So I think in the balance slide we had at the end, it suggested this was a sustainable location. I'm a bit confused as to why that would be the case. Given what we were talking about in the last planning application, the definition of a sustainable development, all the reasons we said there that it was unsustainable are applied here, yet we're told it's sustainable. Now, I know this is covered to an extent in the report in paragraphs 926 to 928, but those paragraphs, make clear that this site is on a poorly maintained 60-mile-an-hour single-track road, which is in a poor state of repair. It's quite away from the village. It doesn't have footpaths. It doesn't have street lighting. I'm confused as to why it would be regarded as a sustainable location.
In 2024, we approved at committee a traveller site in this field here, in this location. It's called Everett's Field.
Is that Everett's Field?
Yes, and this site was deemed to be in a sustainable location. We have had, there is no full definition of what a sustainable location is in the planning practice for traveller sites or our local plan. And we've had a few appeals recently which have considered sites in significantly less, in sites that are significantly less proximity to centres which have been considered still as sustainable locations. And given the recent appeal history and also recent judgments along this road in itself, officers have considered this site is sustainable. It is a very infrequently used road. The road doesn't really serve anything other than the agricultural fields and other sites up and down the road. And given this, there is relatively little traffic movement. I do appreciate your comments on the sustainability of the site, but the sustainability of sites set out in the planning practice, traveller sites guidance, gives more leeway to traveller sites located in more rural locations than we potentially would for dwelling houses, given the way these people live their lives.
Right, thank you. I've got another question, if I may, and it's to do with numbers. So in paragraph, starting from paragraph 9, you're talking about the principle of development, and then under 9.11, it's the need and alternative sites. And the report refers to the Cambridgeshire, Kings Lynn and West Norfolk, Peterborough and West Suffolk Gypsy and Traveller Accommodation Assessment of 2016. And I appreciate it has been superseded, but I just wanted to check. It says that -9 pitches are required up to 2031 as a result of a total needs assessment of 8 pitches for current need and 10 pitches for future need. So I make that a total of 18, offset by a supply of 20 pitches, which to me comes out to -11, not -9. So this is just peculiar, and I'm wondering if there's something about temporary pitches counting differently or something. But it's then referred to in paragraph 9.15, and we've got that in the paragraph above that same assessment stated that South Cambridgeshire has 51 private traveller sites which have 323 pitches, 2 private temporary traveller sites which has 3 pitches and 2 public traveller sites which have 32 pitches. And it then says, based on the above, the need for -9 pitches up to 2031, which is referring back to 9.12, and 10 permanent pitches for future need, and this was offset by a supply of 29 vacant pitches. So I'm just, in a way, it doesn't really matter because it's then superseded by the subsequent accommodation needs assessment, which you refer to in 9.17, which I won't go through the numbers, but it comes up to a need over the period 2023-4 to 2040-41 for 130 pitches. And it looks as if, depending on how you counted the need, that number came up differently. Instead of being -11, it was needed 130. So the gist is that we haven't got enough Gypsy and Traveller pitches, and because of that, at 9.20 you've said, because of that, it's clear that there is a need for Gypsy and Traveller pitches, and together with the lack of supply, and as a result, that can be given significant weight, which is worth noting because it's quite confusing. Sorry, it's not your report that's confusing, it's just the way the numbers add up that's confusing. So I just wanted to check with you that that is the current number, 130 pitches required.
So when the local plan, our current local plan was written in policy H20, we went off the Cambridgeshire, Kings Lynn and West Norfolk, Peterborough and West Suffolk Gypsy and Traveller Accommodation Assessment, which was undertaken in 2016 to inform the policies of the current local plan. As part of our current upcoming local plan, we've undertaken a new needs assessment which is the accommodation needs assessment, September 2024, and the addendum October 2025. So the original, the numbers are summarised from that original document, which without looking at it, I can't fully. Yes. There's a lot of pluses and negatives to inform these numbers. So policy H20 essentially sets out that we do not have a need for gypsy and traveller pictures, and that was based off the original assessment. In preparation for this local plan, a new document has come out which supersedes the document which was written in 2016 to support the current local plan's information. The Accommodation Needs Assessment 2024, an addendum, sets out that we have an under-provision of 41 pitches in the next 5-year period and a total of 130 pitches between the period of 2023-24 to 2040 to 2041. So with that, we have a current under-provision of 41 pitches for the next 5-year period. So we don't have the equivalent housing supply for gypsy traveller and sites that we do for dwellings.
And the 5-year period in question is?
2023, 2024 to 2028, 2029.
Thank you very much. I think it's worth going through that because it's important to be aware of that. Any other questions of clarification for Phoebe? No? Okay, right. So let's have our representative who is Neil Harris from Willingham Parish Council. Are you online, Neil? Would you like to put your camera on and your microphone on?
Yeah, just done.
Good to see you. Thank you for joining us and thank you for your patience.
Yes.
Can I just confirm you've got the permission of your... You've got the Atlantic. It's your background, but thank you.
Well,
can I confirm you've got the permission of your parish council?
Yeah, yes, I have. Yeah, the forecast was good for today, so I thought I'd make it apt. Yes, I'm afraid I won't be able to say much beyond my little talk because I've got another meeting. But anyway, yes, I do have the approval of the parish council.
Okay, Neil, do speak clearly because the line isn't that clear, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Willingham Parish Council has consistently raised objections to all development to the north of Meadow Road. Until the recent period when there was a lack of a 5-year plan, there was no authorised development in that area apart from farming related construction. Taking advantage of the lack of the 5-year plan resulted in an application for 24 houses by Cambridgeshire County Council, which was approved, and also a mobile home nearby was approved after multiple applications and appeals, but restricted for use by the owner. These are the only developments north of Meadow Road. This mobile home, however, has had more developments further north, comprising several pitches and businesses, none of which has been approved. Now there is a 5-year plan, and in addition, an injunction taken up by SCDC in 2007, which we were just discussing, which prohibits any development of mobile homes in the area without specific planning approval. The Parish Council is very concerned that this application for north of Meadow Road will be a precursor to further development, something we have strenuously campaigned against for many years. Without going into the specific details, this site is some distance from all the others and somewhere along a single-track, unlit 60-mile-an-hour road. It is outside the village envelope and in the open countryside. The site plan access layout seems to indicate that it is made ready for future expansion back into the remainder of the land owned by the applicant. This application may be for one pitch, though with 2 mobile homes and 2 touring caravans, it appears to us as 2 pitches. The nearby similar site south of Meadow Road at Everettsfield, recently approved, has 2 pitches and the same amount of accommodation. If approved, we believe it will lead to more applications, possibly followed by expansion of these and other sites. It will also be difficult to take action against the already unapproved developments that I referred to before. Willingham already has an oversupply of traveller accommodation compared with the rest of South Cambridgeshire. We already have a site given approval for 1 traveller pitch, then be increased to 8 mobile homes, and now applying for 14 mobiles. This is a process which has been employed, which we believe must be curtailed. Whilst the chair of SCDC Planning has stated at other meetings that they take no accounts of claims of a precedence being set by previous approvals, we are very concerned that applications that go to appeal may be considered to have different values by inspectors. The requirement for traveller pitches has changed in the last year from a negative number and now establishes 5-year need for 41 pitches being identified as the most suitable for these locations. Willing Parish Council strongly urge you to consider the settled population and the situation with traveller sites existing and proposed almost surrounding the village. Please reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harris, for sticking to the time. And thank you for making your representations on behalf of Willingham Parish Council. Can I ask members, has Mr. Harris's representation raised any questions in your mind that you would like to ask Phoebe Carter about? I'd like to just clarify the point that Mr. Harris made, or please would you clarify the point that Mr. Harris made. He mentioned that along Meadow Road, 24 houses had been given permission by Cambridgeshire County Council. I'm not quite sure if that's right. And then he said, and there was another site, and he mentioned a number of mobile home pitches, I think. Could you just clarify that for us? I didn't quite catch it.
I'm not sure of who the applicant was for the site, but there was a housing development which was approved at, sorry, I'm just trying to share my screen, Belsar Farm, which is located, I think, up to this boundary in here. It's not visible on Google Maps at the current time, but there's a site in here which I believe was for 24 homes. Okay. I'm not sure who the applicant was for the application, and this site has been predominantly built out, as far as I'm aware.
And you would be aware if it was South Cambs District Council, you would have thought?
I haven't looked at the appellant or the applicant for that application. Okay. I mean, I know there's a housing development there, but I'm not sure who the applicant was without researching it.
That's fine. And I was wondering whether the development on the right-hand side of the field from where your cursor is, whether that was what Mr. Harris was referring to. No, to the east, that one. Yes, I was wondering whether that was what he was referring to, but it doesn't sound like it is. It sounds like it's close to where you indicated before. Do go ahead.
Sorry, Chair. I'm not sure that this is actually material to what we're talking about, to the application in front of us.
Understand what Mr. Harris had said about other applications, but I wasn't sure where he meant.
Well, each application is considered on its own merits.
Absolutely. I just wanted to understand where he meant, that's all. So the legal advisor has clarified that Belsar Farm was one of South Cambs District Council's planning applications. Okay, that's helpful, thank you. Right, okay. Can't see any other requests to speak. Oh, Richard, Councillor Richard Williams? No? Okay. Right.
No, I think that's a legacy.
Okay, right. So, in that case, so that's done questions of clarification. So let's move on into the debate then, members. Does anybody want to start? Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start it off. Dealing with the concern, I share Councillor Williams' concern about the definition of a sustainable site, particularly as contrasted with the definition we considered in the previous application, but as was explained to us, different criteria apply in the guidance on traveller and gypsy sites, and I think we have to accept that. The concern expressed by the Parish Council that this might be part of a process leading to more sites subsequently. As was explained, I agree with Councillor Hawkins, we have to look at this site on its own merits, and we cannot prejudge what the intentions of the future intentions of the applicants and others might be. We can only look at this one in principle. There will be further opportunities to consider the details of this site at a later stage should that come forward. And it strikes me as important that the injunction, though it is, as the Chair pointed out, nearly 20 years old, still applies in full to this and other land surrounding it, unless and until full planning permission is granted, which is not what we're considering at this stage. So as to the permission in principle, I'm happy to accept officer's advice that we should approve. Can I just say, it would as always be very useful to have the planning balance back on the screen, if we may, for this. But so that's my contribution to the debate, Chair.
Thank you very much. I have little to add, and there does seem to be an anomaly between the sustainability, as it were. This is for residential purposes, and for one family in a defined site. Admittedly, there is an existing permission on the wider site for 2 hay barns that has not yet been built out. But my concern is at the moment we do not have a demonstrable supply, 5-year supply of pitches for gypsies and travellers. We know these are difficult to secure, and in the absence of that supply, I think any planning inspector might find against us. And we know that whereas in this situation we can apply conditions, they would not necessarily be carried forward into any future decision. That's for the future, and our decision is about this permission in principle only. And I remind members this is to do with the location, the use of the land and the amount. And in my view, the location is not problematic to the local residents. It's relatively screened, and it's not problematic in terms of amenity. It's accessible to the village. The land use is on grade 3 land, and it's not taking a very large amount of it. And the scope of the planning application is for 1 gypsy pitch, associated works, which contains 2 mobile homes and 2 touring caravans. That's the principle of what is being given permission for. That represents the amount of development that's proposed. I actually, whilst I hear the concerns of the parish council, I think we have to bear in mind that. Sorry, Councillor Hawkins, did you want to speak?
Yes, Chair. I'm not sure. Are you rounding up? Are you commenting, or are we still discussing?
We're in debate.
Debate. Correct. Yeah, when you've finished your comment.
Yeah, I've finished.
Right. I hear what the parish council representative has said, and whilst I commiserate, unfortunately, what we have in front of us in terms of material planning considerations is that usually these types of sites come outside the village framework anyway. And there is a need, an identified need that has been explained. As far as sustainable location goes, again, that in itself depends on the site. The idea of this is that there are facilities in the village that the occupants can access. It's under 400 meters to the nearest, I think, is it bus stop or something? There's 347 meters in your notes somewhere, which I made a note of, I can't remember what it is for, but it's not, it's walkable distance to the services, is the point. And yes, the road isn't used for anything else other than access, to the site. So in terms of whether or not the request should be considered, yes, I think it is. The change of use, the location, and the quantity. I would support this. The details will come later. But the principle is, can they build on it? And the injunction says, yes, with express planning permission. So this is the first stage of them getting that express planning permission. And the details will come later. Thank you.
Okay, righto. So, shall we have a summary from Jane, please? Thank you, Jane.
Thank you, Chair. The recommendation as page 112 of the report in front of you is for approval. Thank you.
Remember, members, this is for permission in principle. So, can we have a proposer? Councillor Hawkins, would anybody like to second? Councillor Fane, thank you very much. So, let's go to the vote then, members. It says land on the south of Cambridge Services, but we're actually talking about land north of Meadow Road, aren't we? At present, that looks like 5 in favour and 1 against. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6, okay. Okay, so that's carried, that's approved. Thank you very much. And we'll, Vanessa has assured us that the technical details case will come back to Planning Committee in due course. What's the time? 1 o'clock. Okay, so members. Right, members, I'm going to call a break now for lunch. So can we come back at 12:30? Sorry, 1:30, and reconvene 1:30 then, please. Thank you very much. Good to see you. Right, I'm just going to ask Cabs to take this one. Hi, Chris, can you hear us?
I can, yeah. Good afternoon, Chair.
We're just
So-
restarting the meeting after a pause. I'll come to you in a moment.
Okay.
Thank you. Right, so members, we're back in the Planning Committee on the 8th of May, following a break for lunch. So we're now on item 7, which is the compliance report. And the report is contained within a separate supplement pack and starts on page 3, which was circulated to members some days ago. Can I ask Christopher Braybrook, joining us online, to provide a quick update and respond to or take away any questions that members might raise? Chris, over to you. Thank you. And
Thank you.
your report.
Thank you, Chair. So just to update members, on the 1st of April, when the report was compiled, the service had 426 open compliance cases. And then within South Cambridgeshire, there was 271 open cases. Since the 1st of January this year, until the report was compiled, so until the 31st of March, the service had received 177 new referrals. The statistical data, once again, is in appendices 1 and 2, as usual. And in terms of update to the compliance team, following the restructure, I've updated the team structure in the report, and it's just for members to note that senior compliance officers and compliance officers now have new job titles. One of those job titles is investigation assistant, and then we've got investigation officers. And then obviously as usual, also members, if they wish to have an update on any specific cases, to contact myself or the principal compliance officer, which is Chris Barnes. Alternatively, obviously, hopefully other officers are keeping members updated on the cases that they raise with them and are investigating. And that's my current update. Just if there's any questions or anything for me to take away, happy to do so.
Thank you very much, Chris. I note the first item on the enforcement notices served, Rabbit Residents Rescue Wallers. I think I saw when we were on a previous site visit to an adjacent location. So, I can't see what you're pointing at.
I'm not pointing at it.
Oh, okay. Sorry, so I'm glad you've picked up on that, and thank you for the other cases that you're dealing with.
No problem.
Very much appreciated. Rather a lot of them are actually in my ward, but anyway, thank you. Councillor Sandford.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions, Chris. Still got a vacancy. Any updates? People queuing at the door for that position?
I don't have an update on that at this moment in time, no, so that is still a vacant post.
Thank you. And in the March 2026 public enforcement notices, has the same line been duplicated several times for the Milton Water Beach, the Lodge, Grasshopper Park, or have there been 3 separate notices served to that site?
So there's four separate notices served on that site.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fane.
Chris, I would understand if this is a matter you want to take away and discuss with colleagues, but looking at page 9, compliance officer workloads, I want to ask you who Officer 1 is and why the officer workload is rather greater than, for instance, Officer 8, whether certain members of the team are perhaps a bit overworked. Looking at the open cases by priority, the fact that the vast majority of them are in priority C makes me just wonder whether we have got our priority categories right. That actually quite a few of those in priority C might be more important than others in priority C. as I say, a matter which I would fully understand if you just take away and consider, talk to colleagues about.
That's fine. Also happy to have a conversation with you separately, Peter, and discuss that and update you as to kind of where we're at with that, so you've got a better understanding if you wish. Happy to put something in and meet you.
Thank you, Chris. I have a question which relates to open cases less than 6 months old. When you subtract 98 from 158, that means there are 64. Are those all in the city then?
So there will be, the way the reporting works, there will be some city cases that are included in this. To drill down makes it quite a complicated reporting system. And obviously, as being a shared service, everything on our database is basically combined. I can extract data, but it becomes more problematic. I can have a look at extracting South Cambs significantly, specifically, but it might be difficult, unfortunately.
No, I don't want to give you any more work. I just wondered if they were, because we're a shared service, that they were in the city, or I wondered if it was for some reason that I've not previously been aware of, that they might take you out of county or out of district or something like that, but no, it doesn't sound like that.
No. Everything is within the Greater Cambridge, so yeah. But some of this statistical data does relate to both councils, unfortunately, and obviously the report tries to identify South Cambs where possible in that report.
That's fine. The other one I wanted to just ask about, because it's quite a high proportion of the cases closed 1st of January to 31st of March, and the reasons for closure, 205, of which 32 not expedient to take action. And I absolutely understand some of the reasons why that might happen, but that 32 out of 205 represents puzzlement for residents. And I just wondered if you wanted to make any comment and justify that in a general way, not to take action.
I can do that. So where the council deems that it's not expedient to take action, they would either be minor or technical breaches of planning control, where it would not be use the word expedient or
good value for money.
Yeah, in terms of taking that action. So where we make that decision and we have a complainant, we explain the reasons behind that decision in our communications with residents. So residents or complainants are told why we've reached that decision. And examples of this would be, for instance, maybe a fence at the front of a property where it meets a highway, where the highest permitted height for permitted development would be 1 metre, but we go out and we find it being 1.07 metres, for instance, or a back fence, or alternatively, a single-storey rear extension is permitted development where it's, 10 centimetres longer than permitted development. They're the kind of things that we're talking about when we talk about not expedient. They are minor technical breaches of planning control, and that's where that decision-making process comes from. So hopefully that assists a little bit in understanding that.
That's great. Thank you very much indeed. And I'll contact you about a number of cases in my ward. Right. Any other questions for Chris? No? Okay. So, thank you. In that case, I think we just...
thank you.
We thank you for your report and note it. And thank you for taking away those thoughts. If anybody wants to contact Chris separately, then please do. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks.
Right. The next item is appeals. I don't know if Jane wanted to take any comments on that, which is on page 115 of our agenda. Does anybody have any questions for Jane on those? I'm actually quite relieved that quite a lot of the things that have been hanging on for quite a long time, we're now beginning to get responses from the legal side, aren't we?
Yes, PINs have upped their rate of decisions on appeals recently. We have had a lot through, and
Which
quite
is
quickly as well.
most welcome, because otherwise people feel that nothing's happening and sometimes tell us as local members that nothing's happening, and so we have to counter that with, yes, there's lots going on, but we have to make sure our case is sound. Okay, lovely, thank you very much. Anybody else, any questions for Jane on appeals? No? Okay, righto. So we'll note and thank officers for all the work that they do to make sure that those are coming through. Thank you very much, Jane, for your attention. Right, so now we come on to agenda item 9, the pre-application developer briefing relating to land to the south of Cambridge services on the A14. The description of the proposed development is development of approximately 90,000 metres squared of classes B2, B8 use floor space. Please could the developers introduce themselves? Do come to the seats where there's microphones. Can I also thank you for your patience, as we weren't quite sure how long this morning's deliberations would take. So,
I suggest Peter McCowan should take the lead, but has he arranged something else?
okay, so we've all found our seats. Great, thank you very much. So again, thank you for your patience. Could I ask you to introduce yourselves and your colleagues, and to remind you that you have 20 minutes, and I'm assuming this is going to be led by Peter McCowan.
Yes.
From Cartagenis. So, do go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Thank you for allowing us to come and speak with you this afternoon. I'm Peter McCowan. I'm a partner in the planning team at Cartagenis, and I'm leading the planning on this scheme. I'm joined by a number of colleagues, and I'll ask them to introduce themselves.
Hi there, I'm Rachel Morey. I'm the Senior Planning Manager at JNIC.
Perhaps can you check the microphone, please?
Hi, members. My name's Mark Geddes. I'm a director of Richard Jackson's Consulting Engineer, and we're assisting with drainage and highways.
What did you say your name is? Sorry.
Geddes.
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 Okay, thank you very much. And can you just check? Forgive me before you. Oh, you've got the.
We can share this microphone.
Okay.
Are we able to pull it or not?
Yes, and David Willis from Frank Shaw's. We're architects, master planners.
Okay.
Thanks, guys. Okay. JNIC Properties Limited are promoting land off the A14 at junction 24A for a high quality industrial sort of employment-led scheme comprising use classes B2 and B8. The site, as you'll sort of be aware, it's in a strategic location located just off the A14. We consider that the site is suitable for an employment type use, and it is identified as a draft allocation in the emerging Greater Cambridge Local Plan. So at the moment, to make you all aware, we do have a planning performance PPA agreement in place with your officers, and we're currently engaged in in pre-application discussions, both with your own officers and then with county highways, national highways, the lead local flood authority as well. I'll just quickly hand over to Rachel to just introduce JNIC and say a few words.
So JNIC are land promoters and business park developers. We tend to focus on East Anglia as our sort of geography patch. And we've had success in nearby West Suffolk with Suffolk Park and also in Mid Suffolk with Gateway 14 and Stowmarket. We hold sustainability and the environment at the core of our development philosophy, and we want to be proud of the sites that we have developed.
Thank you, Rachel. Yeah, so that's just the site as shown on the screen. It runs to the south of the A14 and it also surrounds the existing Cambridge services. It extends in total to 24.58 hectares and it is made up of 3 land parcels. So parcels A and B, the northern 2 parcels, they're owned by a private landowner, and then the southern parcel indicated C, that's owned by the university. And there's an existing water course which sort of runs through the site separating parcels A and C. So as I said, yeah, it adjoins the services, and then Boxworth Road also adjoins the site to the west as well. Just looking quickly at our vision for the site, as I said, we're looking to bring forward a high quality industrial-led use classes B2 and B8 scheme. As I said, we do feel it's a convenient and accessible location to accommodate such uses. We also feel the location, it does offer potential to support the needs of Greater Cambridge and the local economic area. I would also like to point out there's an existing issue which we have identified with a site, and we're hoping that this scheme will help to alleviate those concerns. So at the moment there are issues with HGV vehicles at the services, including sort of traffic and nuisance parking. So I will sort of touch on that further as we go through this. There's 3 other competing sites on the A14 corridor that you will all be aware of. These were presented to you together, all 3, during a separate member briefing pre-Christmas. So they are outlined on the plan above. So sort of opposite us on the other side of Boxworth Road at Junction 24 is Newlands Park. These 3 sites, they are significantly larger than ours, and at the moment that's been rescoped for circa 160,000 square metres of B8 storage and distribution space. Then at Junction 25, there's Tritax Park, and also then Cambridge 25, which they're both sort of in excess of 230,000 square metres. So the only one out of those 3, Cambridge 25, so Slate Hall Farm, that is also identified in the emerging plan as a draft allocation. Sorry, my microphone turned off. Why here? The Greater Cambridge Warehouse Assessment, which was updated last year, that has identified a significant need for manufacturing, general industry and distribution uses within the area. And the sort of A14 corridor has been identified as a suitable strategic location. And as I sort of touched on earlier, what we're bringing forward as well also provides an opportunity to alleviate those concerns which have been identified at Cambridge services, which I'll just touch on now. As it said, there are existing highway safety concerns with large HGV vehicles, both sort of accessing and egressing the site. They have to use, which I'll sort of try and point out, the existing access arrangements for both sort of access and then exiting. So we've also, in discussion with Extra, there is a demand for lorry parking that has risen significantly over the years. So at the moment, there's space to accommodate 123 lorries, and at peak demand at times, there's a requirement, we've been told, for circa 200 vehicles. So what we're proposing within the land sort of to the northeast, where you've got the sort of dark grey areas. That additional area would deliver an extra 150 spaces, bringing the total number of spaces to 282. So there's also plans for those to be electric sort of charging provision being put in there as well. But one of the major benefits, as I said, with the scheme is the fact that we're going to be able to deliver a sort of in and out loop system, basically, that would alleviate the issues on the entrance where that sort of bottlenecks during peak times and things. So there is a proposed route which would come round the back, which lorries would take moving forward then. So as I said, the site is a draft allocation, and it's the draft allocations for up to 90,000 square metres of B2 and B8 space, and then also the 150 lorry spaces. Some of the other requirements sort of include that the space should be meeting local needs. There is a focus on more medium-sized units. Landscape buffers are to be introduced along the site boundaries. The existing water course, which I touched on, that's to be retained as part of the proposals. Requirement for the scheme to be landscape-led as well, and also looking at sort of integrating active travel networks as part of the proposals as well. So what the plan which is shown here sort of just looks at some of the key site considerations and constraints which we've had to consider. So as I said, the primary access point to the site will be from Boxworth Road. There's opportunities within the site for pedestrian and cycle sort of access, both to the existing services, but also with sort of Boxworth Road, Bucking Way, and places as well. One of the key sort of constraints which we've had to consider, there is an existing gas mains which runs to the north of the site alongside the A14, but then it also cuts across the northwest corner of the site, and there's an associated easement with that as well. There's, as I said, there's the existing water course on the site that's going to be retained as part of the proposals, and existing vegetation will be retained and enhanced where possible as well. Mark, you can maybe touch on it slightly later, but again, looking at connections, there's potential to contribute towards wider long-term linkages in the area, and also we're sort of discussing with highways about opportunities for potential new bus stops as well within the area. So when we've sort of considered those sort of constraints and opportunities I've just touched on, we have sort of, at the moment, this is our latest illustrative master plan for the site. And I don't know, David, do you want to just sort of quickly just talk through the sort of design rationale behind that and things, and how the site is influenced?
Okay, yeah, no, as Peter's touched on, there's a number of constraints. I can't point at things, I'm used to be able to point at stuff, but you've got a diagonal line running through the centre of the site, which is the ditch, which needs to be constrained. You've got the purple line coming down into the north west corner, which is the gas mains. And Mark will probably touch on later, the actual access point off Boxworth Lane is quite confined as well due to visibility displays and also the gas mains. So there's constraints like that we need to work around. So in the top or the northeast corner, you've got the area which Peter's already talked about as the extension for the lorry park into Cambridge Services. So that then leaves me with the rest of the site to have a very basic first stab as to the size, type, scope, number of buildings that we can start to think about getting onto the plot, which then turns into how many jobs, which is the key thing we're looking for out of here, how many jobs potentially are we going to create here by allowing this amount of development. And that's where I am, in playing still with high-level basic blocks, but that allows the rest of the team, or working with the rest of the team, so we've got ecologists looking at the ecology rating of the site and the biodiversity potential. We've got arboriculturists on board looking at trees, Mark's looking at highways, flood risk, drainage strategy. So there's way more than just us here as the design team in the background working through all the issues that we know we're going to have to address, including a landscape architect who is advising on the design of not only the buffer zones around the site, but is putting forward ideas for actually how some of the spaces within the site might develop to provide landscape amenity, which again has been one of the issues in our first sort of engagement session with your officers is it needs to have some sort of cohesion and some focal point and some landscape offer as part of being a coherent business employment zone. That cover enough?
Yeah, thanks, David. That's great. The application, when we submit, it'll be an outline planning application with all matters reserved apart from access. There will also be an environmental statement will accompany that application. What's shown on the slide here is a parameter plan. So it's showing where your landscape buffers are around the edges of the site. You've got your existing water course, your access points, both onto Boxworth Road and then also into the rear of Cambridge services as well. So on the previous plan, sort of unit sizes there range from 30,000 sort of square feet in the bottom corner here. We've got some at sort of circa 60, around 100 as well. And then there is one larger unit at sort of circa 200 in this corner, which I said is constrained by the gas main and the like. Also, one sort of thing which will be of interest, so what we're sort of proposing on that plan is that any buildings would be no higher than 16 metres as well, and that's what's shown on that draft parameter plan. David had just touched on the landscape approach and strategy, so that it's been developed as we speak. So what we've shown just on the plan here is where the main site access onto Boxworth Road is, proposing an area of open space at the access there. What's shown at the moment is an amenity park type space would be provided. There's a boardwalk over suds as well, and also that space behind that unit by the gas main showing how a cycleway could be delivered through that area of public open space as well. And then the picture just at the bottom left, that's showing the entrance approach, how that could be delivered. So tree line, that main spine road, alongside suds and a cycleway as well. Mark, could I just ask, could you just touch on the access and how those discussions have been going with county highways and national highways, really, please?
Thanks, Peter. Yeah, we've had a pre-application meeting with the highway authorities. It went reasonably well. The access form that you see there is a simple T-junction. We did talk about the potential of providing a right turn lane, but we don't think that's appropriate because that would encourage use from the Boxworth direction. So the junction will be designed in a way to provide lesser access toward Boxworth and encourage all trips towards the A14. There is a weight limit on Boxworth Road, and part of the process will be to move the extent of that weight limit so that our site is outside of it. Currently it lies inside the environmental weight limit, so we would be moving that to ensure that our larger vehicles do not go in that direction and they go towards the A14. Smaller vehicles, employee trips, etc., could obviously wouldn't need to obey the weight limit, so they would be able to come from that direction if that suited them. So the access is an asymmetric bell mouth with a small curb on the Boxworth side and a larger curb on the other side to allow the larger vehicles to enter the site. As Peter has already mentioned, we're going to be making connection to the existing cycling walking facilities to the A14 side and carrying those right through the site towards Boxworth, where they will be able to link up with other improvements proposed elsewhere, as I understand things currently.
We'll also have a link from our site into Cambridge Services, so you won't have to leave the site, go out onto the main highway to get into the services for your lunchtime sandwich, if that's where you choose to get it from. It'll be linkage through, and we'll have a cycleway, footway right through the site, so people will be able to cycle right up to their place of work.
Thank you, Mark. I just quickly thought it would be helpful to touch on the sustainability strategy as well, which we're currently developing. So just a couple of key highlights from that. So we're looking to reduce energy in use and benchmark against UK net zero carbon building standard limits. So looking to achieve that through high performance facade specifications, high efficiency building services systems, and then also considering the use of heat pumps and also solar PV panels. Water is a key issue, so looking to achieve the sort of full 5 Watt 01 credits, also water efficiency sanitary ware and rainwater harvesting. We're aiming for 20% BNG on site, as it sort of touched on. BREEAM excellence across the board is a minimum as well, and again looking sort of introduction of sustainable drainage systems, considering blue roof systems, and then also, as it sort of touched on earlier, SUDs that really complement the landscape strategy as well. Quickly then, our timeline. So yeah, at the moment, as I said, we've been engaged in pre-application discussions for the past probably sort of 6 months with your officers and things. The plan is Q3 of this year, the application will be submitted. On consultation, so we've met with Boxworth and Swavesey parish councils. We are in regular discussions with Boxworth parish councils regarding the proposals, and we're looking then next month to kick off our wider sort of consultation strategy with local residents and then other key stakeholders. And we sort of hope that sort of process will help to sort of guide and further influence the proposals moving forward. The hope would be any application would be determined Q4 of this year or Q1 of 27, with, if any application was approved, submission of reserve matters towards the end of next year, and delivery would more than likely be sort of 29, 2030, that sort of time frame. And just finally, slide just looking at the key benefits, lots of which we've already touched on. Delivery of new employment, the 150 additional HGV parking spaces, extensive landscape buffering. I talked about the redesign of sort of traffic within the existing services, which we see as a real enhancement and improvement. There's going to be the delivery of significant number of new jobs on the site. There's the biodiversity benefits I talked about, and then also there's an opportunity for enhanced linkages and connectivity as well. So I think, yeah, we'll leave it there, and we're welcome to any questions members have. Thank you.
Thank you all for keeping your presentation to within the 20 minutes, most appreciated. I've got a couple I'm going to kick off. So I just wanted to check about access for active travel routes. Sorry, members, just before we go on. We move on to member questions. Members are encouraged to ask questions or seek clarification on the developer's presentation, but are respectfully reminded that they should not express any opinions on the presentation or proposals which might suggest or imply a closed mind at the point at which this comes to planning committee. So, with that in mind, I wanted to ask for clarification on access for cycles, because I imagine some people might cycle from the Boxworth direction, or indeed, I can't remember if at the Cambridge services, whether there is a bridge over the A14. Yeah, so some people might come from the other side. And I just wanted to ask about access to the site for cycles, and also if there's any permeability towards those other sites, so that we might, whether there's any opportunity, for example, for permeability between, even if not when you develop at a later stage, to allow a cycle route to run through a number of sites. That's my first question.
I think that's one for me, Chair. The short answer is yes, there will be a connectivity from the A14 side right through our site to allow future connection to the west towards Boxworth. We're providing a shared use cycle pedestrian facility which will connect to the existing A14 facilities, which you're correct, they do include an overbridge, and you can get to Bucking Way and therefore into Swavesey. So you could cycle from Swavesey to the site without going on the highway after Bucking Way, so across the A14 corridor. So yes, and within the site we'll be providing a cycle footway as well, so you'll be able to cycle perhaps not right up to the front door, but very close to the front door of each of the units.
Would you kindly go back to your slide that showed the not only your site but the other sites that are coming forward at the same? Yes. Was there one that was it the other one with the yellow on it that showed? Well, anyway, sorry, that's the one. Unfortunately, that one doesn't show. That one, yes. Will there be an opportunity for connectivity between development sites? So not just your JNX site, but also the other ones that are coming around, so that once you're onto these sites, you could go between them.
I assume you mean the site immediately opposite the Newland site rather than any of those that are more distant.
Yes.
At the moment, there isn't a site to connect to. There is already a crossing at the roundabout end of where you can cycle across the highway there. So I would imagine that you would be able to utilise that as a connection point from one to t'other.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. Any other questions of clarification? Yes. So, Councillor Sandford.
Thank you, Chair. A few from me. Just to follow up on the cycles question, notice the developer didn't mention a connection from the site to Boxworth Village itself. At the moment, it's a narrow road, there's no footpath, any way to safely cycle, but I believe there is a discussion going on with the parish how you folks might be able to improve that situation. So I see you nodding, so thank you for that. A couple of other questions. Are you offering industrial units, logistics units, or a mix? Obviously, if it's logistics, the traffic flow is going to be greater than if it was industrial. So, you have any fixed aspirations as what you're offering, or is it whatever the customers want at the time?
It depends on the occupiers as to which of the B2 or B8 classes that they fall into. Actually, B8, which is logistics, produces less traffic per square whatever, whether it be metres or foot.
That does surprise me.
Yeah, but obviously the units do tend to be larger. So overall there is more traffic, but on a per square foot, per square metre, there is usually less traffic generated. We'll be led by the market and who wants to be here and what sort of scale of unit they're looking for. So there is obviously a traffic generation with both uses, but B2 uses come with more people doing things generally.
Okay, thank you. And finally, I know you've talked with Boxworth Parish. I'm sure they've talked to you at great length about the truck parking on the roundabout and all the access roads, and anything that can be done to improve that situation would certainly make my life easier, because in the 4 years I've been a member, it's been a growing issue. How do you see the ownership of the additional lorry parking area playing out? Would it be owned by the services? Because obviously there's maintenance, litter picking, security and all that to be done. Any thoughts how that would work?
Yeah, we're in conversations with Extra at the moment, and the idea would be that they would take the ownership of the Extra HGV parking.
Sorry, was the answer there that Extra would own the parking?
That's the service area operator. Great, that's all from me. Thank you very much for answering those questions.
Councillor Fane?
Thanks, Chair. You outlined a number of the benefits and the constraints. You talked a little bit about the gas connection, the problems that might cause you. You didn't mention grid connection to the electric grid. I wonder whether, I appreciate you're going to be reducing demand over the normal, but there will be very significant demand on this site. And you also mentioned PV, which I was very glad to hear of. It always concerns me that an awful lot of very large logistic sheds appear to come without PV, and I know there are particular reasons for that. But I think one of those would be sort of 90,000 square metres. You switched into square feet at one stage, but I think it was about, yeah. Any idea the extent of the PV and whether the grid connection is likely to be an obstacle here?
Yeah, Councillor Fane, my understanding, I don't think there are any issues with the grid connection, is my understanding, and I think where we've got south-westerly sort of facing roofs and things, I think the plan will be to try and utilise as much of that roof space as possible to accommodate PVs.
Great, and I can see Councillor Garvey has her hand up, so I'll go with Councillor Garvey.
You spoke about lorries coming off the motorway and going back on the motorway. Is there any consideration that they might want to go through the villages? The villages I'm thinking of do take a lot of HGVs on roads that aren't adequate.
Well, there's a restriction in place. Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, they're not allowed to travel through Boxworth. There are restrictions, and as part of our access proposal, there will have to be some form of a traffic regulation order. We will need to shift the existing zone to the other side of our access, basically. But no, you won't have vehicles leaving our site and travelling via Boxworth towards, say, the A428 or anything. That's not allowed. So there are restrictions in place to preclude that movement.
I was thinking of the small villages like Drydrayton and Madingley. Would they be affected?
I don't think they should be affected. Mark, do you want to comment further on that at all?
Sure. We don't see any demand to be going in that direction. It doesn't make a lot of sense to be heading in that direction when there is a high quality, high speed route immediately to your right as you're exiting.
To support Councillor Garvey's question, my concern would be traffic coming from the west on the A428, diverting through Drydrayton and going up to the A14 that way, rather than because the M11 A14 junction is restricted, isn't it? There is no left turn, as it were. So I'm just wondering how you plan to manage that.
Sorry, I was writing the question down. We will have a travel plan as part of our package, which will promote the right routes as opposed to the wrong routes, and provide guidance for end users who will ultimately come along at the reserve matters stage to do the correct routing and not to use the smaller villages and unsuitable roads for their HGVs. Employee trips maybe, of course, that might be that they live in those villages, and those would be the absolute right ways for them to come by the shortest route.
Thank you very much. Councillor Garvey, do you come back?
So did you say you're going to be doing some modelling of the traffic then that's going through? And
yes, we will, in the usual way, as you would expect for a scheme of this scale. We'll be doing a transport assessment, and we will be using probably the census method of working out where our traffic is going to and coming from, which is the usual way of doing these things. we are liaising with National Highways and Cambridgeshire County Council officers regarding the exact way we do things, so that we're doing it in accordance with the way that they would like it to be done. But yes, we will be doing some modelling.
Right, Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. You referred to the competing sites, and the 3 sites, I think it comes to about 600,000 square metres. Adding in 90,000 square metres indicative here, we're talking about 700,000 square metres. You referred to, and I forget the figure in the draft local plan, but 90,000 square metres there in total for this area, is that right? And I wondered whether you have any particular reports or predictions as to the demand for this sort of B2 and B8 facility in this immediate area.
Yes, so Councillor Fane, yes, so the local plan has draft allocated both the Janick site here and then the Cambridge 25 site. So on that A14 corridor, there's sort of circa 300,000 square metres. But yeah, our sort of position, and then the council's own research, I touched on the warehousing sort of industrial report that was published, updated last year, and that has sort of confirmed that there is a need for the quantum of space proposed, both on that, well, on the B2 side of things, but then also more on a sort of smaller scale for B8 as well.
Thank you. Can I just ask, will there at any point in the future be, as it were, a cumulative impact environmental assessment, looking at that total 300,000?
Yeah, so that's going to be a key sort of part of these, well, all 4 of these sites, assuming applications are submitted, they will be accompanied by environmental statements, and as part of that EIA process, there will be a requirement to assess the cumulative impacts of all 4 schemes. So that will be a consideration if planning applications are submitted.
Okay, thank you. And finally, from me, I know you've been, I believe you've been involved in considerable, and you've said in the report about community engagement with both Boxworth and Swavesey Parish Council. Can I just ask if you can just describe what you've done so far and what you plan to do as the process proceeds in terms of community engagement and stakeholder engagement?
Yeah, sure, Councillor Bradman. Yeah, well, at the moment, so those meetings with Swavesey and Boxworth Parish Councils have been with Janick and then key members of the project team. So meetings, we met with Boxworth a couple of months ago. Part of that sort of meeting was to update them on our proposals, provide an update on when a likely planning application would be submitted, then also to discuss the consultation piece. So as I said, we do have communications consultants on board who are advising us on our sort of strategy. That's due to commence next month, and there will be a formal consultation event. So the exact sort of details of that are to be confirmed, but that'll be a wide consultation with flyers will be issued to surrounding residents, and they'll be able to sort of review and sort of comment on the proposals and things. And again, we'll be going back to see the parish councils to update them on sort of things as well. So yeah, I think what we're proposing, it'll be a comprehensive process, and it will all then be summarised. There'll be a statement of community involvement, engagement that'll accompany the planning application, and that'll summarise the process which we've undertaken, and then it'll provide a sort of key sort of review and summary of responses which have been received and any subsequent changes which will have been made to the scheme.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Sandford.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, the planning team has convened a series of workshops with the villages, including Napwell, Ellsworth, and Papworth, they choose to turn up, to scope out the effects, particularly of traffic, but also of the environment from these proposals and also from North Cambourne. As part of that, the County Council has actually agreed to do some traffic modelling, which presumably will roll in the information provided by the developers. So that discussion is ongoing, but we have alerted them to the potential issues. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sure you said it's going to be a full consultation process, so you'll be mindful of people who want to respond on paper, people who want to see plans in an exhibition, people who want to respond online and want to make a comment rather than a yes, no or anything in a box. So you'll be doing all that, will you?
Yeah, there'll be an opportunity for people to comment in the ways you've suggested, Councillor Bradnam. Like, one of the things we've sort of noticed, particularly since COVID, a lot of consultation is happening on mobile phones, and a lot of these, your information boards that we pull together, they're designed to make them easily accessible on phones and tablets and the like, and being able to comment through those sort of means as well.
Okay, thank you. I can't see any other questions for clarification. So can I thank you very much, Peter and your team, for coming and presenting to us. We really value the opportunity to give you our questions and answers so you can understand the things that the Planning Committee is likely to ask you when the planning application comes through. And I hope you're able to take some of our thoughts into your process. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Should we have a couple of minutes break, members, or do you want to carry straight on? Yes, we can. We can close the meeting now. Thank you very much indeed. We'll close it at 14:22.